girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
Ariki, ki whakaata Māori, me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me MāORI Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about 4-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
morena e te whānau. Nau mai, haere mai ki tēnei pakanga nui, kei wainga nui i e nei tima. No te wai pounamu, ko wai tēnei e pāho atu nei, ko Ethan Smith. No te taitoki rau. Ka tupu au ki roto i te taone o Moeroa, engari ka noho au ki te uru o Tāmaki. Ki atu kia koutou e mātaki mai ana i tēnei ata. We're looking forward to a big game, so welcome along to the coverage that we're going to bring you guys this morning. We're looking forward to the day. A little bit of excitement coming up between Christ College and St. Paul's. And it was a big first day. Some tight tussles out of the gate between some of the teams. First game yesterday that we streamed on Court 2 was a nail-biter, went down to the wire with a 3-point just before the bell and took it into overtime. So I'd imagine and hope there's more of those thrillers. It shows the evenness of some of the teams coming into this competition. So prepare yourselves for an exciting game ahead. Morira, noho mai. Here we have our teams coming out and preparing to take the court. And going through our team lists, we've got Christ College, William Smith, 24, William Colin, 48, Max Nelson, 63, Angus Lang, 89, Arlo McChrystal, 19, Drake DeRig, 75, Edward Pottinger, 17, Bruno Kearney, 40, Charlie Burns, 8, Liam Wiley, 25, and Isaac Rockall, the coach, and St. Paul's Aroha Mai, John Paul High School, Vadim Ryan, number 5, Nixon Perrin, number 3, Jock Costello, 69, Harper O'Dear, 18, Jack Rowe, 18, 6, Samuel Bryan, 8, Max Walklin, number 1, Luke Chamberlain, number 13, Reeve Murphy, number 11, Jackson Rowbottom, number 14, Blake Walker, number 4, and we're off and rolling. Straight away to the basket goes Christ College, and they're on the board. And a quick inbound wasn't received, and there's some pressure straight away on the defensive end, and they're going to have to work to get out of here. That 8-second count by the referees is happening, but that was some good work by the big man there from Christ College. It's found open on the side, and Kuru Whiwhi Toru Keiaia. And some quick passing down the court. 75 with the ball, that is Blake DeRig, but the ball's been taken off him by number 4, and that is Blake Walker. So it's a Blake on Blake, a battle at the moment, all straight into the tussle, and there's no holds barred in this exchange. Ka kite I te rā wā, kite nui o te hihiko kei wainga nui ngā kaitaro I tēnei ata. Kei Blake Walker te poro I tēnei wā, ka whai ia I tētahi o ona hoa tākaro. Ki te lama toru, ko Nixon Perrin tērā. And here we have Christ College bringing it up the court, swinging it around the perimeter, and number 8, he spots a gap in the defense. Charlie Burns takes it straight to the bucket. Burns to the bucket. We're going to hopefully hear that a bit today, looking at that vision that he had there. And setting up a bit of a play from the John Paul High School team. Looking for some ISO. No, he says. So they swing it around the perimeter. Te pai toru, the 3-point line, and did that count? I think it did. And it now takes it to 8-6. John Paul up with that shot. Now they're applying a little bit of half-court pressure, and it pays dividends for the John Paul team. Mai te pai pito I tēnei wā. Ka karawhiu. Ka kite I ngā waiwai parahuti I tērā wā. O me te tere o ngā maka, kei wainga nui I tēnei tīma. Ka aro tōna titiro ki te tūkohu. Ka huri haere. Ka mau te wehi e tama. Kuru whiwhi toru kei aia. And once again, we see Christ College being pushed a little bit there to have to make some quick decisions bringing the ball up. There's no easy casual carries. He's got a man on him, but he looks twice, says no. And St. John Paul not able to rein it in that time. And straight to the other end of the court, looking for space, and there's an open man, number 19. Kuru whiwhi toru kei Arlo McChrystal I tēnei wā. Mōrena e te whānau. Rawe ki te timatanga o tēnei kepu. Miharo tēnā tangata, Jack Rowe. Underneath, gave it a little pop, and there he is with the Arai, the defense. I tērā wā. And now that they've got some purchase out of this little bit of defensive play, they're going to hype it up a little bit more. And there it is, once more. And what's the call there from our Kaiwawao, our referee? That's a foul. And timeout called by Christ College. The coach is obviously seeing that there was a little bit of momentum starting to build for the John Paul College team. Moreira, it was good to see out of the gate straight like that, that little pump underneath as he went through Jack Rowe with two big men on him. His deft touch to be able to finish that play. Miharo te kite. So mihi ana ki ēnei tīma, Christ's College, aroha mai. And John Paul II High School. John Paul II High School. Now, for our whānau that are watching at home, most of the whānau that will be watching will be family members of those team members that are playing today. But for those that aren't, perhaps we can do a little Google search and educate ourselves on where exactly John Paul II High School is within New Zealand's boundaries. And a quick Google search tells us that it's on the west coast, Greymouth in fact. So the team making a bit of a trip down. So mihi ana ki a koutou ēnei tīma. It's a long track, and sometimes when there's a long track and a lot of fundraising that needs to be done, it actually improves the team's cohesion and helps them to be a more connected and communicative team with each other, because they've had to go through some of the struggles of fundraising sometimes. And there he goes, straight through the gap, finds the open man, and that is just cohesion at its finest. They knew exactly what the play was and executed it without fail. And that was number 4 from John Paul II College. Blake Walker with that pass through. And here he is again, bringing the ball up. Very casual, there's a little bit of pressure applied to him, but he finds the big man open, number 3, who is Nixon Perrin, and he makes that look easy, but it's not an easy shot, fading away from the backboard, finding the top of the square on the backboard to make that shot. And Kuru Whiwhitoru, Kea Christ's College. So for those that are still learning te reo as myself, we will have some kupu for you all today. And those kupu, one of them I'm going to start with is Saint. So i roto i te ao Māori, me te reo Māori, hato is what they often use for Saint, and Paul would be Paura. Nō reira, hato Paura, te tuarua would be Saint Paul, John Paul the second. John being Hone, Paul being Paura. Hone Paura te tuarua, John Paul II. Anyway, back to the action. 48 with the rebound. William Colin. And at any time, if you hear incorrect pronunciation by me, feel free to send me a message on Instagram, Ethan Smith NZ, with a voice message pronouncing it in the correct manner. And I know how important it is to get your name correct from your tama. So do let me know. And that's a beautiful take there through the crowded keyhole, Rohe Kuru. Keyhole, Rohe Kuru. And that was a beautiful drive through and a rebound made there. They're going to set up the squares on the inbound, and you watch, most likely we'll see some crossing of men setting screens for one another, trying to prepare themselves. Ana ka whakatū ngā ārai. Ana ke kona tētahi o ngā ārai. 63 with kei a te nama ono te kaumā toru, Max Nelson. And with a big outside shot, Kari Whiwhi toru i te rāwā. Engari. And we've got a bit of a call being made by our point guard. Running the play, number 6 there, Jack Rowe from John Paul II. And he gets his own rebound. Thought about it, had a big man right over the top of him. Looks again and almost through the gap there. Tried to thread the needle, but some pressure defense. 63 from Te Pai Toru, 3-point line. And once again, number 4 coming away with it. Blake Walker following into Jack Rowe. Jack Rowe with the spin. Some would ask, was that a travel? But the referees were right on the scene, and you know what I mean. That's not what they saw. And they let it flow down. And that little step through by Max Nelson, stepping around, a little bit of a Euro, in fact. Step one way, step around the defender to the other side, and finish with the left, I believe it was. Tōna ringa Maui. And there it is, finding the open man. Oh, a little pump fake, a little floater. It's a difficult shot to achieve, but from these young players, if they're able to do it, adds to their tool belt, their repertoire of skills. Then back in the hands of Te Kariti or Karaiti. Once again, there's some more kupu for you. Kariti being a college, Karaiti being Christ. So, Te Kariti or Karaiti, Christ College. And they fight for that rebound, Te Tūrapa. Tūrapa being rebound. Step through, and āraitia a tērā tama no Te Kariti o Karaiti. William. Why do I keep saying Willem? I don't know, maybe I'm willing him on, perhaps. Anyway, William Colin. And with the inbound, Mai Te Paipito being the baseline. And a big outside shot, Mai Te Pai Toru. Te Pai Kuru Toru, the 3-point line. And there's a bit of a think about that. Number 8, bit of a hezzy. Out to the open man. And that is number 89. Rocks it in. Angus Lang. Back on the step through again. And Max Nelson with the finish. Euro stepping his way to the top. Now at 13-27. Te kaumā toru ki te rua te kaumā whetu. Te tatauranga o enei tima. Kei te Kariti o Karaiti tēnei wā. O tino tere te nekehanga o te poro kei Wainganui i tēnei tima. Miharo te kuruwhipi toru. O te Karaiti o te Karati o Karaiti. I kare au te kite I kōwai te tama. I whiwhi tērā. Engari, kei Reeve Murphy te poro. Mai te paitaha, the sideline, paitaha. And number 4, Max Blake Walker. And the team starting to count down. Oh, not quite able to finish that, but a nice rebound by Te Kariti o Karaiti, Christ's College. Number 8 there, with a little bit of a stumble, but regains his composure. And nobody on him, not a hand on him. And Kuruwhipi Toru kei aia e tama miharo. And once again, number 11 there, Reeve Murphy, pushing it out. An open man on the 3, Te Pai Toru, the 3 line. Line isn't in fact the line meaning pai, pai meaning like the space. As in when you go to a marae, the members sitting giving their whai kōrero or their speeches sit on the pai. Number 19 swings it to the outside, open man, Mai Te Pai Toru. Kare I whiwhi I tēnei wā. Engari, they've set up a little bit of pressure D, but because there was only 2 of them there, unfortunately, somebody's left open. Little handoff there to number 13, Luke Chamberlain. Pressure being applied right on the 3. He's going to step through because there's going to be a bit of, no, but some resolute defense. Finds the ball in the hands of the player Max Nelson from Christ's College. And determination shown there by both players. And we're going to have a jump ball. He looks to his school bench and he's telling them it goes the way of John Paul II High School. And 63, ka pātai a te pātai ki ngā kaiwawau. Max Nelson is another kupu for the day. Pātai, question. So our number 63 was just having a bit of a, asking the question of the referees, the kaiwawau. Number 8, looking for the screen, Charlie Burns. And there he is on the pai toru. Little jab step to get himself open, get the defender guessing. And here we have it, the long pass down the court. And that's not quite a 3. He was inside the 3-point line. So, whiwhirua I te rā taima. And starting to make a bit of a comeback here, Christ College. But do we speak too soon? No, we did. Yo, maybe we did. No, good rebound there. Ooh, only had 1 wheat pick that morning. He needed to have 1.5, unfortunately, for the young man from Christ, Charlie Burns. And it's been an electric pace so far. And the question is how long? Pehea te roanga e mau tonu ana I tēnā hihiko. So let's go to a little first quarter break. See you back after these messages from our sponsors.
Girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
That's Kuruwhiwhi Toru happening there. And it was off the top of the rim. And swinging the ball around the perimeter. The big man looked for an opportunity. Pump fake there by 88. And it drops. Aroha mai, that's 89. Matua Ethan needs to put his morphity, his glasses on so he can see the numbers better. So here we have Angus Lang into the action. And it was a beautiful pass by the other big man in the team, William Colin. But he made himself open and he finishes that 3-point play with a free throw. And outside Kuruwhiwhi Toru, engari kari I Whiwhi. Whiwhi meaning to get that shot. So if he didn't get that shot, then kare hi Whiwhi Toru. Mai te pai Toru. te kura, te hai kura o Hato Paura, aroha mai, Hone Paura. So etahi o mātou mahi, te wā e mahi ana I tēnei mahi, te whakaako I ngā kaima takitaki I roto I te reo Māori. So one of our roles as commentators is not only to bring you the action, but whilst you're listening, to give you a little bit of a time to learn a few kupu Māori. So that's what we try and infuse as often as we can, some of those kupu into the game, into the commentary, so you can make it an easy and fun way for us all to learn a little bit more te reo Māori. How cool would it be for all of our international teams as they go overseas? If they were speaking Māori to each other, none of the other teams would know what was going on, except for maybe our whanaunga from the Cook Islands, Tahiti and Hawaii, if they spoke those languages. For those that haven't seen Chief of War, it's beautiful to hear the Hawaiian language being spoken, so many similarities to our own reo Māori. And here we have number 6 back to the game, and that is Jack Rowe. Mihi ana ki a koe, Haki. Haki being our Māori name for Jack. And you often hear in the north, that's often the name given to a flag as well because of the Union Jack. A little bit of facts there for the day that have nothing to do with poitu kohu basketball. But he's going for his third tōna kuru tua toru. Oh, breaking the line early, and because the Christ College player broke the line early, he's going to have another shot at it. Question asked, if that had gone in, it would have carried on. And good effort to rebound there by the Christ College whānau. Second period this is. Te Hauwha Tuarua, Hauwha being quarter, Tuarua being the second. And his calculations of the wind speed were slightly off, hence the basket not dropping as it may have otherwise. And John Paul II with the ball, swinging it around the perimeter, and he's looked for an opening. That tends to be the case. Oh, he gets his own rebound after a little touch by the Christ College hand, but they're staying in the fight. 6 points. Ono ngā piro, he wainga nui e nei tima, engari ka kite I te tere o tēnei tama, and a little fade back jumper. And quite lucky there, Christ, because there was a 3-on-2 there, and they weren't able to capitalize on that advantage. So mai te pai pito, the baseline. Often you see that when a player goes for the ball, like we saw there from the Christ College player, it leaves a bit of an opening. Now he's in, straight to the basket. Tino tere tōna haerenga tiki te tūkohu to the basket. He had a quick, direct route, and that's a beautiful pop underneath. Tries to roll it around. Unable to execute it this time, but they're going to get the ball back because it came off the fingertips of John Paul II College's, high school's number 8, Samuel Bryan. And they'll work their magic here. Mid-ranger. No, swings it back, swings the perimeter, back to the man on the pai toru. And the rebound wasn't quite able to be pulled in by number 25, Liam Wiley at that moment. And now, when you have a player that's out on the perimeter, if he's hitting those threes, then you need to stay tight to him. And that's a beautiful mid-range jumper. A little bit of a fade back at the same time. Kareo I te mohi o te kupu Māori o te fade back. Āhua peke whakamuri, muri being backwards, peke being to jump. And ko tai mai ngā tāpui, our substitutes. And we'll kick it off from the Paitaha sideline. Number 75 back on, that is Blake DeRig. Unfortunately handing over the ball, and we'll see the speed of this young man. And some beautiful defense, hands straight up. And straight up there by that player, William Colin from Christ's College, Te Kareti o Karaiti. And the inside man, number 3. And that's a mid-range from the elbow. Unable to achieve his vision. But some quick outlet ball. And a beautiful block at the same time. But he's able to recover that ball. Looking again. William Colin, unfortunately, unable to pull it in. And some tenacity shown by the John Paul II College to pull it, the high school to pull it in. Big man underneath. But just enough pressure being put onto their player to cough up the ball. They're going to apply some pressure? Yes, they are. So he's going to have to work to get through that trap. Some nice passing to make it through. And the big man, Liam Wiley there, taking it to the basket. He's out on the pai toru. Oh, interesting. What's the call there? And that is a foul on the ground before he went in to take his 2 steps. So it'll take it to the pai pito, the baseline. Ko tai mai e tahi e kao he wahiki tēnei. Timeout. Called by Christ College, and not a bad idea at 12 points down at the moment. They probably need a few plays in their pocket to be able to get through. Here we are, back into the action, some quick passing. E tere ngā maka. And unfortunately, time running out. But we're back in the action here with John Paul II High School, and he penetrates straight into the rohe kuru, the keyhole. Once again, little pump fake, holds it, steps around to the open man for the kuru whiwhi toru, engari kare I whiwhi. And once again, our man there, Samuel Bryan, not being able to find the bottom of the net. And they bring in some new players with some fresh legs. And those boys, Max Wilkin, one of them, being able to have a bit of a break now as they move it around the perimeter. Yes, a little bit of a move around the screen. And still some perimeter passing going on. A little bit of work to be done. And he just, beautiful little fly through the air and held that shot to the perfect moment when he knew the other player didn't have their hands in the way, and let it fly. And it was well done by number 8 there from Christ College, who is Charlie Burns. But he wasn't able to contain the number 4 there, Blake Walker from John Paul II High School. And so 2 more points for them. But we're back at the other end of the court now. And Kuriwhiwhi Toru unsuccessful i tēnei wā. And I reckon they're going to call foul on that, because unfortunately his feet weren't moving as fast as his arms and his shoulders. It's a difficult one, but the fast feet, getting in front of the player before they get to that space, is an invaluable skill that I'm sure most of these players know. But as fatigue sets in, sometimes it's not able to be achieved as consistently. And here we go, that's number 4 again, that's Blake. Not able to pull it off with the little step through and fade away into a layup. Here, Kuru Whakau. He's seen an open lane to the basket, and there's a beautiful little hezi to the right to keep the defender guessing te kai ārai. Kāre ia te mohi o kaihia te wāhi tika e haere ai ia. And there we have, and there's fouls for days on that one. He got him jumping, unfortunately, and he jumped right down on top of him, that number 18 from John Paul II College, who is Harper O'Dear, who we haven't seen just yet. So Harper O'Dear into the game, and he'll be looking to get himself locked in on that score sheet, with the opportunity for 2 free throws. Free throws being kuru tautuku, and the free throw line is the pai, kuru tautuku. Pai, different to the pai that you'd say, oh, ka pai, that's a PAI, as the pai, PAE, is the one we're talking about here. Te pai kuru tautuku. And no luck on that second. And casually bringing it up was Christ College. A little bit of a crossover. And he's going to step through and up and over and in. Number 25, Liam Wiley there. For the shot from the outside. Number 17 there with a pretty direct line. Edward Pottinger. Not too many players got in front of him, but the last man standing there at the back was able to put enough in the way to not give him an easy bucket that time. E nāne ka whakaritea e ia te tama no te kāreti o Karaiti ko Edward Pottinger tērā mai te pai kuru tautuku. Kāri I whiwhi tēnei wā te kuru tautuku, engari kei reira te tama te kaumātahi Reeve Murphy. And 75 from Christ College, that is Blake DeRig with the rebound and unable to find his player that time. Engari, mā te he ka tika, from our mistakes come the learnings, and hopefully he's able to adjust slightly on that pass and vary it enough to get that on the button next time. And the screen coming in on that man's right. Some beautiful teamwork, leaving the man number 4, Blake Walker, open to go through, and with the back cutter finishing that well-rehearsed team play. But the big man on the inside's asking for it. That is Liam Wiley. And unfortunately unable to come away with a bucket that time. And Edward Pottinger is going to take a seat and back into the game. Will be his teammates, and off the screen again, pick and roll. He's still going. No, the ref said Hold up, wait a minute. And he's got fingers going up, and I'm not too sure what the call was, but it's going the way of Christ College. 32 points to 43 at the moment. And we'll look mā taki atu ki ngā nekehanga o tēnei tīma no te kāreti o Karaiti. Ka whiu te poro, engari, ka pā atu te tama o hone paora a te tuarua haikura. Mai te paitaha I nai nei. Ka pā tini te poro. For those listening and hearing a new word. Pā tini, meaning to dribble. Bounce pass, maka tūpana I reira. We've seen a few of those, and often the hands go up, but the hands don't go down as quickly. But some quick, fast reflexes there by the player from John Paul College, Blake Walker, to bring that ball in and get themselves another 2 on the scoreboard. And he's playing some beautiful defense to put pressure all the way on that man. And every time he put pressure on a man like that, it just wears them down a little bit more so that they don't make as good the decisions as they would otherwise if they had a fresh pair of lungs. But he's done well. That 89, I do believe, Angus Lang from Christ College, to be able to work through, get rebounds, and then put it back and get the 2 and draw in an extra. And Christ College with the rebound. He's right in the middle of some big timber there. He's going to have a go. And what's the call there? No bucket. Baseline, he was fouled before he went up. E ai ki ngā kaiwawao. And no, not baseline. Mai te pai kuru tautuku. So going in from the free throw line. Now, as he does these free throws, let's have a listen to a few of the positions that are in basketball. We've got a centre, Topapu, a defender, Kaipare, a forward, Kauaro, a guard, Kai Arai, a point guard, Kai Arai Komore. So those are a few of the different terms.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me MāORI Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritizing function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
No mai anō e hoa mā. And that was an impressive first half with John Paul II High School leading in the first half by 7 points, and Christ College on 38, John Paul II on 45. So the coaches, as we can see in those shots, which are quite good, we can see the plans being divvied out to our different players, so hopefully they can put into practice what their coaches are trying to educate them in. And for those that are watching, I'll go through a few of the kupu that we have at our disposal. And if you'd like some of these kupu yourself, just let me know. You can find me on Instagram, Ethan Smith NZ, and I can send an email to you, and that has all of these kupu that I'll be using today. So, whakapā mai, that means to get in contact. So, first up we have the kupu around basketball. Hea te kupu basketball. Poi tūkohu. Poi is often the word used for a ball, so you'll hear it in other sports, other hākinakina, hākinakina being sports. You'll hear the word poi, poi pātu, for instance, hockey. Poi whana, you'll hear that as soccer, and in this case, poi tūkohu. Tūkohu was a net, so that's how we got that name. So we've got tatai, number, player is kai tākaro. So every time you hear the word kai at the start of something, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to have a feed or have something to eat, but it gives that person their role. So tākaro means to play. So if we put kai tākaro, it means a player. Kai waiata, a singer, as opposed to just a waiata, which is a song. So those are enough kupu to keep you occupied and learned for this game. Obviously join us for more kupu as the game progresses, but we're going to kick it off with the ball in the hands of Blake DeRig at the moment. Christ College coming through, and unfortunately he picked up a foot on his way through, and taka ki te papa, taka being to fall, taka ki te papa, falling to the ground. And they set up their box inbound setup. No, he's going to the line because the referee has deemed that he was going to go for a shot there, which is not, yeah, it's probably a good call because he was going toward the basket, looking at the basket. And that's Mamawaru Tera for Charlie Burns. Now, if he can pull this one off, that'll bring it back to a 5-point game, Charlie. So, let's have a look. Tōna kuru tautuku tuarua, Kari I Waimarie, wasn't able to be successful. But there's a bit of pressure defense on, and I think that's probably necessary because their main playmakers seem to usually have an easy road up. And with a hand in the face, our man there, Namatahi Max Walkland, he just Walkland on up there and popped that shot off. So Mihiana Kiaya slowing it down. We have Christ College out on the perimeter, Te Pai Toru. We have Charlie Burns there with the inside ball. The big man trying to finish, unable to, but picking up Te Hara, the foul. And Katayatu ia William Colin, and he's been a major part in this game, and he stands out like a sore thumb. Sore thumb? A sore thumb, because why? He's not only the tallest player on the team, but he's also got mismatched shoes, adding to his mystique. And here he is, Kei Te Pai Kuru Tautuku Anō, and success. Ooh, nice little pump fake to the sky. And is that man able to get in front? He was. Lets it go high off the board. But the ref has said that was a foul. And from this perspective, I'd have to agree. But as we sit at home and we watch the game from our perspective, our point of view up here, often we might see something slightly different to the referees, and that's okay. The referees have a mahi nui kei a rātou. They can only see the game from their angle, and they've also got players running in and out of their view. So they do their best, and massive mahi to them. Because without them, it turns into a bit of a rugby game, or can do. I've seen it on street games. And beautiful rebound, quick outlet. Down the court, mai tētahi taha ki tētahi atu taha, and he's picked up a foul there from the John Paul II player going in, so he'll go to the Pai Kuru Tautuku hooky. We often chuck the hooky on there as well as also as an example, ka haere a John ki te toa. John went to the shop. Ka haere a Mere ki te toa hoki. Mere also went to the shop. There we go. Unfortunate, wasn't able to complete that shot and get it to the bottom of the basket, but a bit of pressure being applied, and that's good to see. Takes a bit more energy, but this is where the depth of a team and some nice defense, quick foot movement, and they're not giving them any open options, which has meant Christ College get the stop. No easy shot put off, and that's going to help them rein in that 9-point lead that John Paul II College has at the moment. A little step through. Unable with a little floater at the end of that step through to finish. But number 4, he's looked pretty dangerous today. That's Blake Walker. And off to his man for the mid-range. Unable to get it to the bottom of the bucket. The long ball down to the open man who goes under and up and down. Under, up and down. That's how we do it. Lovely to see. As he had a couple of men on him who jumped before the bucket, and he managed to jump past the player under the hoop and then bring it back underneath, and at the same time pick up a foul, giving his team the option of a 3-point play. Tā piri atu tēnei kuru ki tōna tima, and that was our friend there, Arlo McChrystal. And there he is with a 3-point play, chucking it back down to a 6-point lead for John Paul II. And they've got the turnover. He backs in. Can he make it? Yes, he can. And that's 75 from Christ College. Blake DeRig. And is it a timeout? No. It's a foul. Holding number 5. And it's going to be John Paul II High School's ball. Kei a rātou te poro I tēnei wā. Mai te paitaha. Ki te nama whā, Blake Walker tērā. E kawe ana I te poro. E pātini ana I te poro. E whai wāhi ki te hakamahi I tērā kuru. Engari kāre he wāhi, kāre he kōwhao. Kei wainga nui I ngā kaiara. Engari ka kite a Blake Walker I tētahi kōhao, I tētahi wāhi e wā te ana. Kei reira tētahi ārai I te tangata. O kāre I ki mai a ngā kaiwa wao he hapa tērā. Nō reira, ka tino riri te tama Arlo McChrystal I tērā wā. Once again, pressure being applied, and he goes around the screen looking for the roll from that. And a 3-point shot goes up, unable to be brought down. But McChrystal with the rebound into the hands of Blake DeRig. And over and not quite through, but he picks up the rebound, finds some space, and he's in. That was beautiful. That was beautiful by DeRig there. And timeout called by John Paul II High School because the coach knows they had they were getting a little bit of a start there, whānau. A little bit of a start was coming. So he did the right thing as a coach and he brought the team in, let everyone have a breather, calm them down a little bit and try and instill in them some more inspirational words to turn this 4-point lead into a bigger lead. And the Christ College coach is going to be doing the same, I would imagine, trying to figure out what is it that we need to do. And as we look at him, down in the bottom left corner there, he's very much a hands gesturing person, and you can see them both ta tuhia, ngā kaiako I runga I ona papa tuhi. So you can see them both writing their plans out. Obviously, luckily, we don't know what they're writing because the opposition team could just look at our broadcast and figure out what the play is. But I love it. I love it. Everyone gives them where they need to be. So they're both giving them their plays. And hopefully, at the start of this, after this wāhiki being timeout, I te mutunga o tēnei wāhiki, ka kite I ngā rautaki o ēnei kaiako. There we go, there's another kupu for you to learn today. Rautaki is a bit of a plan. Plan e te whānau. So, what's your rautaki for getting out and playing more poi tūkohu basketball, whānau? Because you're here watching it and your kids are playing it, so you must love the game as much as we do love bringing the game to you. So, as we know, we'd love to be there in person to be able to tautoko and support our tama, our kids. But we can't be because some of us still have to be at home paying bills so that our kids can go and play these sports. So mihi ana ki ngā mātua me ngā whaia. Tautoko ana I ēnei tima, and he's got an open run to the basket, number 3. That was Nixon Perrin. Little step through, and whatever the coach just said to his team from John Paul II has got them out here rearing and roaring and ready to go, because they've got, if he pulls this around, 2 straight 2-pointers, and with the steal. And the coach we have down here at the bottom of the screen, he's asking the question of the referee, and he is explaining to him with some vehement gestures the sights that he saw to make the calls that he did, And then he says, hey, take it easy, bro. I'm just doing my mahi. And the coach says, kei te pai, I understand. So back into the kemu, or the game as we call it. Open man on the corner. Does he do it? Yes, he does. Doesn't drop. But his teammate almost got the rebound. And he's number 75 is able to pull it down. And that is our man, Blake the Rig. And you see the problem that Blake had. His shoelaces weren't quite tight. So he's remedied that problem. And now back into it. He's asking the question again. The coach, the kayako. And we wait and look on. More discussions. Haere tonu ngā kōrero. And kei a te nama rua te kaumawha, William Smith, te poro. Maka atu ki tōna hoa tākaro. And they swing it around the perimeter. Te pai toru, the three-point line. And that man goes through. And what's the call there? The call is foul and Christ College ball from Te Pai Pito. Pito, aroha mai. Pai Pito, baseline. There you go, there's that kupu. Pai Pito, baseline. Mai Te Pai Pito, ka maka atu ki, tōna hoa. Oh, we karema. Wasn't able to rein it in, but can he get defensively in front of his man? No, he can't, and that is how you convert that pressure on defense into points. And Christ College is going to be wanting to do the same. Is there a clear path to the basket? Liam Wiley can't see it. And they weren't able to talk to each other on that occasion. And a big block there by Christ College. I think that was Liam Wiley with the big slap down. No, that was Edward Pottinger, I do believe. And three-point shot goes up. Pottinger with the rebound, outlet to Wiley. Wiley to 24, that is William Smith. And Buyakasha Williams in the money. And pressure applied. And that is exactly what Christ College needed at this point of the game, because it's pushed out to an 8-point lead. And if they can pull this one back, that keeps them within grasp. Only 8 points. Basket here makes it 6. E ono, that's only 2 3-pointers. Now we haven't seen too many 3-pointers. And that is a lovely step through there by Liam Wiley, I tell you. Step through, right hand, high release on the hook shot. It's a hard shot to pull off, but if you can nail it. So they're going to watch out and not to give them that pathway again, because I tell you what, once you pull it off once, you'll pull it off twice. But the quick, deft hands of number 4. Ooh, lucky he didn't get called for a travel there, because he did go in, but then stopped. What's the ref say? Kaiwa Wal says, kei a te kāreti o karaiti te poro I tēnei wā. We've got 3 substitutes coming on, and that is 63, Max Nelson. Number 8, Charlie Burns, and 19, Arlo McChrystal, giving some fresh legs out there. Those substitutes, sometimes you're glad to go off, and sometimes you've got something in the tank still to give. Big man on him wasn't able to shut that play down. Te kāreti o karaiti te poro I tēnei wā mai, te pai toru. Engari kari I whiwhi. Ka huri haere I te poro, anō ki te pai toru, ka kite a Liam Wiley, kei kona ia anō, ka ki mai au. Watch out for that. I said if he keeps getting the opportunity to go down that lane, he's going to keep doing it. So until they adjust and shut that down, he's got to keep doing that until they make the adjustment. So he got a clear pathway to the basket. He took it and he finished beautifully there, Liam Wiley. So once again, down to A. Hang on, what's my math? My math says that's 6 points. E ono. Ngā kuru, screen coming, top of the key, open man, does he look? Has a look, pump fake, out to the top of the arc, Number 8 swings past, pops through and pops it off. Wasn't able to drop it down, but pressure on the ball. Who's able to rein it in? It's that man again, Blake Walker. And luckily, he wasn't walking that time. He was a running, and he's able to pull it in for his team. But the call is, I think, back court perhaps. Engari kare au I te tino mohi o nā te mea, kare au I kite I te Kaiwa Wau. There's your kupu, Kaiwa Wau, referee. And bring the ball down the court. Is that man Walker again? No, it's not. Aroha mai, that's Brian Samuel, that is. Oh, what's happened there? Out to the top of the key, and I think his foot was on the line, so it was probably only a 2. But Blake Walker making them pay for lackadaisical efforts on the defensive end by Christ College. Number 17 has a bit of a look, finds the big man at the back, attracts 3 players. Oh, you didn't just do that in their faces, my friend, but you did. So congratulations, and that's keeping them in the game, because once again, still only 6 points. And he works off the screen, another screen, but that's quite far out to be able to penetrate with the screen out that wide. But swings to the perimeter, once again swings to the perimeter, and that's going to make them put pressure on having to make a shot. And when you're having to make a shot under pressure, it just makes it a little bit more difficult. And a big step through and hold, and the defense got their hand up just enough to shut that down. Minute and a half, minute 15 seconds to go. Oh, that's a big... He had 3 weak picks instead of 2 this morning, hence the overthrow on that shot. Coming into number 8, Christ College, that's Charlie Burns, swinging back to the top of the key, and I think he had a few too many weak picks this morning also. But that's all right. It's always better to have the too many weak picks, but not right before the game, whānau. Otherwise, it might slow you down. Anyway, from Te Pai Taha, we have our man there, Reeve Murphy, into the game. And what have we got cooking? He's got a little bit of a pick and roll going, and unable to reel it back in. So John Paul given the opportunity to Christ Te Karati o Karaiti to come back and cut the points lead down to 4. Mai te ono ki te whā. And from the top of the key, not able to pull it in, but Wiley pulls in the rebound, and little hook shot. Once again, he's got it and makes it drop, and that's a 4-point lead now. 3 points. 3 points, Aroha mai. And is he going to apply pressure? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's got his arm out. He's moving his feet. Fast feet. Fast feet means nothing to eat. There it is. And they've got the turnover. If he pulls up for a 3 here. No. 2, 1. They're counting them down. Make the shot. Is it going? Not quite. And that, my friends, would have been a great finish to that third quarter. Te hauwha tua toru. Engari, kari I tēnei wā nō reira. Akua nei ka kite. Ko wai ka wini I tēnei kemu. Mā taki tonu mai e te whānau. Here we are at Te Whānau into the fourth period. Te hau whā, tua whā. And with the ball is our man there from John Paul, the second high school. Swinging it around. Not much of an open look there because the defensive pressure was so good. Can he make use of this open? No, he's going to swing it back out and look for the options. And we've got a big man who's pushed himself in and makes himself known. That is William Colin there, pushing himself and making that basket for his team. Mi haro te kite e hoa mā. And on the whai toru round the back and pops for the shot, but gets fouled and will step to the line. What line you say? Te pai. What is it, whānau? It is te pai kuru tautuku. The free throw line, that's what it is. Kuru, pai kuru tautuku. And unfortunately, our man there, Jack Rowe, wasn't able to pop it to the bottom of that net, but he's going to give it another crack. Let's go. Let's go, Rowe. Let's go. And beautifully pulled in on the rebound there. 69, we haven't seen that man, Jack Costello, on the court yet, and he's getting an opportunity. And ka ārai tia a tērā tama, William Colin from Te Kura or Christ College, giving his team the opportunity, but turned over, and they're going to have to make use of this ball and get some buckets on. There it is for the first time in the game. Christ College takes the lead with that kuru whiwhi toru from the kokona. And number one pulls in. Does it drop? No, it doesn't. So Max Walklin, he's not able to pop that home, but Christ College are feeling pretty chipper at the moment, looking at their point table. With the inbound, Mike Te Paitaha. Oh, where? He's happy about pulling that one back in. He never would have heard wouldn't have heard the end of it from his friend who gave him the pass. And bringing it up to Papatakaro is number 8, Samuel Bryan, with the swing out to the corner, swing it around the perimeter. Mai Te Pai Toru, little fake pass, open man on the 3 with his own rebound, pops and drops the man from John Paul, the second college. And some deft passing, down low bounce pass, Makatupana drives to the basket, a little bit of an extension of the elbow, but the referees say that's okay. He was in your space and pops it away. So it's a neck-and-neck game so far, Whānau, with about 7.5 minutes to go. Ooh, this is getting exciting. And up he goes, 69. Not able to drop it, that is Jack Costello. So the opportunity flies the way of Te Kura, Te Kareti o Karaiti. And he stopped, collaborate and listen. He's passing on the instructions to his score bench. And substitutions ngā tāpui, tāpiri atu ki te Kenui nai nei. Ko ai tērā, ko te nama waru, ko Charlie Burns tēnā. Oh, he's got not too many inbound options, but he finds tērā tangatea wā te ana. And steps through, gets his own rebound. But the referee has said, push. Push by somebody from the Christ College team. So bringing up the ball is John Paul the second. And here he is. He's had some deft touches in this game. That number 4, Walker. And with the rebound, finds open man. Walker. Jab step, didn't fall for it. He didn't fall for that jab step, that fakie. And so the block comes in and open laneway, brings it through and able to drop that time. So hustles back to be able to get in a position to play some defense. If that drops, oh my gosh, that was an amazing little floater. I tell you, if you can pull those floaters off, they're the go-to, I reckon. We just don't see them often enough because they're so hard to pull off. But if you're coming up into the rohe kuru, the keyhole, those are the go-tos because you got your big man standing in front of you. You just want to just pop it over their heads and they can't do anything about it. But they've brought it back and they're still in the lead, Christ College, even after that beautiful shot. And he's going to go and try and fight his way through that defensive line. Bumped off one. Is he going to the line? I think he is, and that's due to those defensive MāORI, ka pā atu ki aia. And we've got some, what have we got? Wahiki, timeout called. Ka rewi te mohio nā wai I ki. Not too sure who called that, but I love it, being able to see our benches, because I can see and I can feel by the actions of the coaches, the wairua, about what's going on. So John Paul, the second high school, not used to being in this position of being behind after being most of the game in front. But hey, this is what we love about Poi Tukohu, koiranga mea, e aroha nui te ao nā mātou. These close games, hey, this is what we want to see. That means amongst all the regions, they're all coming up together. There's no one really strong region smoking everyone else, but we also want to see these regions come together and put their best foot forward. So at the end of the day, when it goes to the nationals, the South Island teams are well represented against the North, and in the national competition we come out with a beautiful, strong, with lots of depth national side. So when we go up against those international teams like we have done, as exhibited in the under-19s Worlds, coming fourth in the world, so many of these players would have played alongside some of those under-19s players that went to the World Cup and came fourth, which is an amazing feat for a country where we don't have a massive men's competition. It's probably that's something that needs to develop a little bit more, but I'm sure they're doing work on that, New Zealand basketball. But we're able to bring you these games because of supporters like New Zealand Carbon Farming, people like Apollo Projects, people like Caltex, Bailey's Real Estate, Whakaata Māori. So massive mihi to all of those that are able to give support to kaupapa just like this. So our mums and our dads, our matua, our whaia, our kaumātua kuia are able to watch and cheer on from the comfort of their homes. Or sometimes, you know, you're at work and you're just able to have, hey, can I have a quick lunch break for an hour? Or it turns into an hour and a half because you want to watch the whole game because it goes into extra time, just like what we happening this time, whānau. And it's back and forth. Here we go, back into the action. He's calling a play. What's the play? The screen coming, bounces around him, looking for the pick and roll. No, it's not there, swings back to the top. He's got an open Red Ranger, and the rebound comes down in the hands. Number 4, open on the corner. Not able to fulfill his request of the ball to go home. So, Christ College with the opportunity to put something in the bucket, and 89 there, Angus Lang, not able to pull it in, but the quick feet and little pump fake. And unfortunately, what's going to go here? Is he going to pump straight to the hoop? Yes, he is far. No, and it was a beautiful one. Unfortunately for our player there from John Paul II College, Nixon Perrin, he's a little bit upset with himself, but I tell you what, Nixon, you gave your best effort there, buddy, and there's nothing more that you could have done. So you've got to congratulate those ones that do awesome, because sometimes it just happens. That's the game of basketball, and that's why we love it. Even though we might be a little bit down that our kids aren't winning that game, At the end of the day, we want them all to win. Keep playing basketball. So as a country, we can all win when it comes to the international stage. What does it say when we do really well on international stages in sports? It means we're doing a good job in supporting our up-and-coming talent. We're playing sports, we're staying fit, we're staying healthy. That way we're staying out of hospitals and we're not using our money on the healthcare system. Ka pai whānau. Here we go to the three-point line. He has a good look, but unable to pull it in. Number 17 there. He has a look and he's happy about that. That's Edward Pottinger there from Christ College. And that pushes the lead, in fact, out to 8 points. But straight away they pull it back, John Paul College. And I'm getting a little bit excited because 3.5 minutes to go. And it is a tussle, I tell you, e te whānau. Ooh la la do a diddy. Talk about the kids from the city saying, John Paul Collins the second, bringing it up at speed, sees the open man, mid-range, no, has to get a little bit closer, drives in, feeds out, corner man, can he do it? Not this time, but the open man, can the other man get it back? No, he cannot, and I wouldn't be surprised if a timeout gets called any moment now if there's not a basket that goes John Paul's way. 3 men on him, and he pulls it off. I love it. I absolutely love it. When there's 3 men on you and you pop up, you get a hand free and you draw the foul as well. Number 1, Max Walkling. Take a bow, good sir. So he's at the Pai Kurutautuku, and he makes it an extra 1, so that shuts it down to 5. 5 with about 3 minutes and 2 seconds to go according to the shot clock. Interestingly, the game clock, aroha mai, spoken out of turn, and there's the man on the perimeter. No, has a look, decides to go straight to the basket, and over the top of all the defenders goes Charlie Burns. And some defensive pressure has meant a turnover to Christ College. Mai te pai toru, kare I whiwhi engari, tino tere te haere o tēnei tama, and with the bounce pass and the finish by number 4, Blake Walker again. There's that man's name. He's had a bit of a blinder, and there he is playing defense, not able to get it. This is the unfortunate thing about playing full court defense, is they get open and down the other end, and you've left an opening, unfortunately, for them to bring it back straight down. So you've got to make those decisions wisely. Do we stay and play defense at the end, or do we get back and set up a bit of a perimeter around our basket to make it difficult for them? They chanced at that time because they needed to chance it a little bit, but perhaps they'll change their mind in this next little play. 2 minutes to go. 2:05 in fact. Man comes, pops, doesn't drop, and straight into the hands of Tērā Tama. Kei roto I te ringa o Tērā Tama no te karaiti, te kariti o karaiti, and mai te pai whiwhi toru. Oh, some energy shown. Ka whakaatu to te hihiko o Tērā Tama. Ki te whai I tērā poro. And we've got 6 points. 7 points on my whānau. And does it drop? No, it doesn't. So the option now is in the hands of Christ, and they bring it down. Finds the open man. They're going to probably want to slow it down a little bit, maybe. No, they're not. Because straight down, is he going to do here? Round the back, gives it to Walker. Walker to the open man for the 3-ball time. That is Te Kuru Whiwhi Toru. Kua Whiwhi a Max Walkland. And turnover. Max again. Walker. There it is. No. But there's that other man, Walkling. And Walker again. 2 times he had a shot at it. First time he got the sights all set up and calibrated, and this time pulls it in for the shot. That is Blake Walker. Get it up, ya boy. And there he is again. Oh my gosh. He's on fire. What's he going to do? 2 men around him. No, good defense. Oh! They said he pulled out his Travelex card and showed it to the referee, and unfortunately not able to count that bucket. But I tell you, he's going to be a little bit pooped after that effort, because it's now down to a 1-point game with about 19 seconds to go. The clock's still going. 15. Oh no, not what they need. They need the basket now. 3 points needed. Can they do it? 3 points. There's the man to get it to. Someone set a screen for him. There it is. Pops off the screen. Pops! Does it drop? No, it does not. And that will be the game e te whānau. What an amazing comeback by Christ's College ngā tai tamatāne o te kāreti o Karaiti. Engari he mihi nui ana kia hone paura te tuarua, te haikura o hone paura te tuarua, me o rātou whawhai nui rawa atu. I roto i tēnei pakanga, he mihi nui kia koutou, ngā kai mātakitaki i tēnei kemu, ki ngā whānau, ki ngā kai tautoko, ki ngā kaiako, i ngā kaiwa wao, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me MāORI Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about 4-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
No piki mai, no kake mai ki tēnei pakanga kai wainga I ēnei tima no Waimate me Bulla. Tino Waimari e mātou, I tō koutou noho, kei wainga nui, ia mātou I tēnei wā, ki te mātakitaki I tēnei kēmu, miharo rā wātu. Nō reira, whakarongo mai, whakapiri mai. Kia ora koutou, ko Ethan Smith tēnei, te whakapāho atu ki a koutou. It's our pleasure at Whakaata Māori to bring you the coverage from today's game between Waimate and Bulla. We had our first game of the day here in our broadcast was an exciting one coming right down to the last minute with a three-point shot that could have clinched the game, and unfortunately it didn't go the way of that team, but hoping that we have such a neck-and-neck game again in this matchup between Waimate and Bulla. So thank you for joining us. It's our pleasure, along with our partners, our support partners, the likes of Bailey's, real estate specialists, the likes of New Zealand Carbon Farming, who are planting trees to be able to carbon sequester that carbon for a better environment. We have Caltex supporting our players and their whānau to be able to get here, there and everywhere. We have Apollo Projects, who are building project specialists. If you need any of that construction work done, give them a bell. And also Whakaata Māori bringing in this coverage for you to be able to watch from the comfort of your own whare. Or for those schools that may be watching it, supporting their teams, no mai haere mai. Absolutely, we love being able to bring you these games because we know how difficult it is to be able to get the kutea, the money together to be able to get away and watch all of the games that you'd love to be at. Sometimes you can't because of other commitments, work commitments, whānau commitments, but we're glad you're able to tune in right now, and hopefully you've taken a little bit of a break, maybe a lunchtime, and you're in here now. So we're off, and we have Bulla in the white and Waimate in the green with the red stripes on the wings. And a quick turnover, but a turnover again. And so as Whakaata Māori, one of the sponsors, we're looking to encourage as many of our kaitākaro, our players, and their whānau to use te reo in their everyday lives. And how do we do that? Well, today we're going to be encouraging you with different kupu that you might not know about, like oma, run, pā tini tini, dribble, maka, to pass, and pawatākaro, court, or playing field. So these are some of the kupu that you're going to be hearing today. Titiro ki te pā tini tini o tēnā tama me te maka, me te kuru o tērā tama no Waimate. I tēnei wā, let's go through a bit of a read through the team list. And there's a bit of a turnover there, but following that ball, we've got number 9, Isaac Philpott with the bucket, whānau, with the bucket. He made that look easy, but I assure you, that's not easy. Swinging it around the perimeter, sees a little bit of an opening. That man's got some wheels. Unfortunately, not able to pop it to the pocket in that instance, and the man with the ball, number 9, Isaac Philpott's going to slow it down, have a little bit of a look around. Perimeter's open. Number 10, almost lost a little bit of a spin. That young man in amongst that tall timber, and you know, he said, I don't care, I'm going to have a go anyway. And luckily for him, there was a hand. He pā atu te tangata ki aia, and he hara, he hapa, kei a Waimate I tērā wā. And you might be wondering to yourself, what the heck does hara mean, whānau? Well, hara means foul. And that's exactly what happened, and that's what sent him to the pai kuru tautaku, the free throw line. Unable to convert that second shot. And as the player there from Waimate, pā tini tini ana I te poro, ko te namarua tēnā, ko ai tērā, ko Henry Lucas tērā, And he's penetrating, he's having a look, and open man for the three-pointer, and booyakasha! Waimate in with the grin, pulling in that three-point shot. He kuru whiwhi toru. Kuru being the goal, whiwhi being to achieve, and toru being tahirua toru, 3. So, you might ask yourself, where is he standing on the baseline? Yes, and the kupu for baseline is Waipito. It's a bit of a give and go. Season opening pops, and some great rebounding skills. Here you go. Tongue got a bit tied there, Tefano. Rebounding skills by our number 7 there from Bulla. Koi number fitu for Chase McManaway. He te whānau, kia aroha mai, Chase McManaway. Now, at any point in this game, if you feel like, hey, Mr. Smith, that's Ethan, he is not commentating and saying my son's name correctly. Any point in time, you just send me a voice message with the correct pronunciation. And how do you do that? You can do that on Instagram. Ethan Smith NZ is my handle. So you just send me a little voice message and say, Anei matua, anei te hua tika I tōna ingoa, and I will whakatika, make right that pronunciation, whānau. Number 7, McManaway with the fadeaway out to the perimeter, swinging, bang, bang, left, right, does it drop? Not on that occasion, but hey, Cooper, Waldron, you know what? It's your first shot in the game, and sometimes you need to calibrate your sights, and I think that's what you're doing, calibrating those sights, because I tell you what, you must hit those, because otherwise you wouldn't have pulled up. And there he goes, out to that man, the other number 2 on the court, Henry Lucas, unable to hold on to that ball. And there are some wheels out there, I tell you, finally, there are some wheels. That number 7 again, McManaway, and he goes straight to the bucket. McManaway finishes up high, and it was lovely to see. Miharo te kite I te rāhuatanga. Oh, me te kite I tōna makawe hoki, rawe. Oh, the deft touch, the soft hands of that man as he went through. Now, you might ask yourself, might be asking yourself, soft hands, Ethan Smith, what does that even mean? Soft hands means when you go to the bucket, you're just using, and you're not chucking it at the backboard. It's a very subtle, you know, very sensitive to the intricacies of getting their ball into the basket, and that is what we usually call having soft hands. You'll say it to young players when they go 100 miles an hour to the backboard. And if they've got those soft hands, it'll go in rather than bouncing hard off the backboard. Oh, there's a little bit of a tussle and a tumble away there. Love to see that by the young number 7 running in to help us mate up. Is that number 2? Aroha mai, that's number 2 from Bulla. Cooper Waldron. I love seeing all these different names these days, and wondering to myself, I'm a bit of a man learning about genealogy, etc., and I think to myself, wonder where that name comes from. Anyway, back to the game, matua Ethan. Number 7, McManaway. Kia aroha mai, Chase McManaway. McManaway, there it is. Anaka pā tini a te namarua, I te poro, step back, no, kare I whai I te rā, and a little bit of a ārai, bit of a block I te rā kuru. And he's keeping it on the dribble. Finds number 9's confident, he has a look. But McManaway with a little slap down to his buddy there and finishes it nicely. Waimate down 7 to Bulla's 9 at the moment. Once again, an effort shown to try and get that shot off, but unable to pull away. For those wondering, I know you probably already know where Waimate is, but for those that don't, it's in Canterbury. It's in Canterbury. Just inland from the eastern coast of the South Island. That's where Waimate is. And with a quick Google search, I asked it, Waimate? Tell me about it. It's known for its unique population of Bennett's wallabies. Who would have thought? Hey, Waimate. These marsupials introduced from Australia thrive in the local environment. Additionally, Waimate is known for its outdoors lifestyle with opportunities for bushland walks, lakeside picnics and trout fishing. Well, there we go, whānau. If you didn't know, now you know. And if you don't know, now you know. And those that don't know the reference, I think that's a Biggie song, Biggie Smalls. Maybe Tupac? No, I think it's Biggie. Anyway, swinging to the perimeter, Te Pai Toru, the 3-line, and some nice dribbling to be able to create some space in the middle. He swings it back to the middle, and the clock's running down. Did he just hit that? Did he just hit that, whānau? Hey, all his friends are yelling at him, shoot the ball, and the man from Bulla pulls up for the Kuru Whiwhi Toru. Big Five decides to just put his head down and work towards the basket, and you know what, whānau? He puts it up and comes away. Ching-a-ling drops it down, and they'll sing. Unfortunately, unable to get it to his man cutting down that middle lane. Hoo-wee! Can't believe he hit that three. It was a deep three. That was a deep three. And that's just one of those things. You just chuck it up. Hey, his friends counted down. He'd normally not shoot that. He's like, got to chuck it up. Otherwise, what? We're going to hand over the ball, chuck it up, and it's come away. That's a nice early screen by number 5. Looking for the pick and roll action. Swinging it back to the top. The screen coming on his right. You just got to be making sure those little passes go to hand. Well, some great defense. And back to that, the mullet maestro. He's deciding, he thought he'd go straight down the lane. There you go, whānau. For reference, don't leave a big fat lane open straight to the basket. As that man with the mullet maestro, I like to call him Mac Manaway. Oh my gosh, did I just come up with the Mac Manaway mullet maestro? Yes, I did. That's what he's going to be known as from this point forward. Oh, great confidence shown by the young man there. Hey, if I whakaro ana ia, ai, he wahi kei au. He wahi kei au I kona. Nō reira, ai, ka tai atu ia ki reira. Kei kona ia I te pai. Pea tērā wahi, te pai kuru tautuku. Koira tērā wahi, that's that area. Pai kuru tautuku, the free throw line. And ka whakarite anō, he gets ready again and unable to finish. But his good friend, fighting. Whawhai tonu ana ia, ko te namarema tēnā, ko Sam Hobart. And there's Sam again, giving it his all and getting another rebound, number 3 with the 4-10 Hunter Briggs. Boom! Not quite. And he finds his man, some great, and here it is. No. And I think that is incorrect because on that, because they did put up a shot and he's come away with the basket that time. That was Hunter Briggs bringing home the bacon. Briggs. And it's come up short there, number 5. Again, Sam Hobart holding it down for the boys from Waimate. Marsupials. Who would have thought that he'd pull that one off? Mamarua, mai te haikura o Waimate, Henry Lucas. Everyone thought, no, he's not going to shoot that. He pushed himself through that pace, through that space, and bounced off and chucked it up there, and in it went. And he extra. Is he getting the extra? Not today. Gives it to the man number 10, Christian Yap. And Christian takes it all the way to the bucket. And hara ana ngā kai ārai o te kura o Bulla. No, aroha mai, te kura o Waimate e harana. So our players from Waimate committing a foul and bring in young Christian Yap to the line. Christian sporting some Waiporoporo who? Waiporoporo, what's Waiporoporo, Matua Ethan? That's purple, whānau, purple Waiporoporo, and you can see those on young Christian Yap's feet there. He's got some nice low technique for when he's shifting, that young Christian, but unable at that time to exclude that man from the shooting zone or the key, which is te rohe kuru, keyhole. And from the kokona, mai te kokona tērā kuru whiwhi toru. Ka pā tini atu a te namarua, ki tōna wāhi. Ka maka atu ki tōna hoa, te namatoru. And kua whiwhi e rā kuru e rua ki aia. Mauria mai te mullet maestro, Mick Manaway. E he whakawāte ana ia, engari kāre I taka. Engari ka whawhai tonu ana. Big screen coming in on the young man Christian Yap, and it has been deemed to be a moving screen there by, I believe that was Sam Hobart. Hobart. Could be wrong, but I think that was the case. This little screen that probably didn't do too much, but it opened up the 13 there. The 13 from Bulla, Jethro Richards. And to end the quarter, not able to pull it off, but that takes us to the end of the first quarter. Waimate High School, te kau mā ono, Bulla High School, te kau mā iwa. Nō reira, ākua nei, ka kite anō tātou. Then we have a little look at our teams. And we have our coach from Waimate High School, Sean Rooney. If anyone's able to send through the name, Ethan Smithy and Z. on Instagram the coach's name from Bullet, that'll be awesome, and we can give her a little bit of a mention. Whakamana I tōna mahi. It's a massive effort by the coaches to come out and impart some of their knowledge onto these young athletes. And here we have the ball being swung from right to left. McManaman, the mullet maestro, with the pass out and almost pulling in that rebound. Tēnā tūrapa, rebound. There's McManaman. McManaway. Come on, Ethan. Get it right. McManaway. He's got a screen set for him. He sees an open lane. Pops. Does it drop? No, but number 8 there from his team. That is Cade Anderson. Finds an open shot. A little bit short, unfortunately, Cade, but he'll have another go at that, no doubt, in moments to come. And Waimate, ke a rātou te poro I tēnei wā. And he's got some dribbling skills on his hands there. No one on him. Number 1 from... Number 1? Was it 1? I don't have a 1 on my team list, so it can't have been. Perhaps it was Harlan Williams, number 7. Must be number 7, and it's rolled around the tapa. Hey, Porohita Haere. Spin move, puts himself in the washing machine, pops out with the shot, but unable to pull it through for his team on that occasion. But that's all right. Hey, missed the first shot. Make sure you make the second shot, young gun. Swings. Ki te pai toru, and the man goes down the baseline. Te pai toru, te pai pito, and put back by his teammate there on that occasion. Hoo-wee. And nice little in-out dribble. And he gets clogged in that rohe kuru, the keyhole. There's about 4 fellas in there, and they said, unfortunately, we can't allow you to just waltz on into our whare like that and pop shots off. So there was defense aplenty. Here we go, popping the shot, and it drops. Number 7 from Waimate, Harlan Williams. Take a bow. There it is. And McManaway, what's the call? Was reaching against him. And so it'll be a sideline ball. That's a foul. McManaway will take it to the sideline. The mullet maestro. And waiting for number 11 there from Jed Avery. To Mekitefeke. No, not on this occasion. But they're going to be able to watch out for this young fellow and his speed. And there was a perfect example of why you've got to shut down lanes when you've got a fella who's got wheels. Because he'll get to that open space quick, snappy, and make those shots. But then you've also got to be wary, just like that, and just like we saw there, to keep that consistent pressure on him. Good vision and sight by young number 10, Christian Yap, to be able to sense that. And there it is again. That's been called as a carry by our Kai Wawal, being the referee, Kai Wawal. It's cool to kōrero, as they say on my FM. Oh my gosh! From the kokona goes the kuruwhiwhi toru. And mihi ana ki aia, because that was a beautiful shot. Kei te nama iwa, Isaac Philpott te poro I tēnei wā. Ka whaangai atu ki tōna hoa. And McManaway with the attempt. Ka whakarite anō rātou. The tīma o Waimate, Haikura. And here's that man, tērā tangata anō. And Kari I tutuki tōna maka. Tūpana ki tōna hoa. Mauria mai anō te tama no bula. Makati ki tōna hoa. E tērā maka tūpana. Kāri I whai te tangata e hihianga ia. Ki taku nei kitenga I tērā wā. What I saw there, I would have thought it was a football as it went into his leg, but not called by the ref. Kei te pai, kāre ia I kite I tērā āhuatanga. Engari, oh we, kawe waiho tērā ara mana. McManaway. Kua ngaro atu te poro I aia. Aue, kaukuri e. Tērā, tērā. Miharo tōna mahi e mara. Ka whakarite anō rātou. Ooh, big screen by McManaway. Steps through. Unable to get all the way due to all of the hands that were all over him. They said to him, you are not waltzing through, and it should be two here. Should be going to the basket because he was going towards the hoop, but they've called it. It was happened before. From the 3-point te pai toru. And Christian Yap trying to get one away again. And that was an impressive feat to be able to get through, pop that up. It would have been a difficult one to come and get in, but he was fouled on the way in there. E hapa ana a Waimate I aia. And we're looking at 32 plays 22. Waimate up by 10 at the minute. But Yap doing his best to close that gap. Big outside shot. Deep three. Mai te rohe toru. Mai te pai toru. And there's that man with the wheels. Pulls up. Gets the other man with the wheels. He pops. Doesn't drop, but open man, McManaway, middle man in the middle. What's he going to do? Is he going to slow down? No, he's going to bump his way in there and make the bucket is what he's going to do. A little bit of a run by Buller, 5-point run. So Waimate are going to be wanting to put one through there, and not able to do that on this occasion. Ka makaiti te poro ki a Yap. Ka whakaritea e ia o na hoa tākaro. Ka whāngai atu anō, he's got 3 men on him. 3 men on him? Doesn't matter, he says. I don't mind. That was number 9, I do believe. And that's Isaac Philpott. And that's an open man. He's got to shoot that. Open man in the mid-ranger. Unable to drop it at the moment. And that's brought in by young number 13, Jethro Richards. A little floater by McManaway. That's number 6, bringing the ball up. Rua Taupo. Mid-ranger. Rua. Kei aia te poro anō. Pero Miharo tōna mid-ranger. Hey, Miharo. Round the back. Gets himself some space. Steps through. Not able to drop McManaway. He does the mahi and he gets the treats. That's like what we. That is what we like to see, Fane. Got a little bit excited. Hey, the mind was moving faster than the mouth that time. Steps through, open man. He's going to have to get that ball away. Yes. Well done, young man. I couldn't tell you who that was because Tino Tere Te Haere. But I give him kudos. McManaway looking, open man on the 3. Jab steps, backs up, looking for McManaway. Back to the 9, back to the 10. Yap, goes in. McManaway gets blocked. But in the process, Tērā tangata te kai ārai, the defender has ka pā atu ki aia. He has touched McManaway and drawn the hara, the foul. Here's a kupu for you, whānau. Pā. Pā. Not like the pā as in a fortified village, as in pā like contact. I'll give you an example. Pā futuporo. Pā is to touch. Futuporo is a rugby ball. Touch football. Touch rugby. Pā futuporo. So ka pā atu tērā tangata I aia. That man touched him, and that's why we have a foul. And we're going to the free throw line. Now, Rua Taupo bringing the ball up. He's put his fingers in the air to tell them what the play is. Coming off a screen, that's a beautiful floater. A little bit too much puha on that pass, on that shot, sorry. I've got to come up with a better word. Too much strength on the shot. No, it doesn't quite roll off the tongue right. Open man out there, has a think. Floater again, still too much strength on the shot. Anyone give me something that rhymes with shot that's going to be roll off the tongue a little bit sweeter? Let me know. Ethan Smith, NZ on Instagram, and I'll chuck it in for you with a reference because I didn't come up with it. If you send it through, you get the cred. And slowing the ball game down a little bit. 4 points in it at the moment with probably not that long to go, I would imagine. But he's drawn the hara, the foul. And so, what do? We go to the pai kuru tautuku, the free throw line. And the first one gone astray. Next shot, and it's away. And so, Rua bringing the ball up. Maka tupana, bounce pass. Maka no. Rua with the shot. Finds the front of the rim. Mua te tapa. No look pass by McManaway. And that whānau mā brings us to the end of the first half. Te mutunga o te haurua tuatahi. Te mutunga o te hau whā tuarua. Nō reira, go and have yourselves a cup of tea, whānau, because coming up after this little break, we'll get back into the action. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me MāORI Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts. looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
And we're back into the action. Waimacha there with a little go at the basket. McManaway straight through, and he's drawn the first foul there. So he'll go to play Kurutautuku. And for a second, almost pulling in that rebound, not able to secure it. Waimate bringing the ball up now, sizing up his options as number 5. Goes through, no, pops it back. He spins. The defense by Buller at the moment is resolute and unwavering. And so, jump ball and Buller come away with it. And with 3 points in this game, they'll try and level this up. Yap with the ball back to Yap. He's going to look, swings it round to the corner. Man's open there. Kuru Whiwhi Toru, kare I Whiwhi engari. Tana maka tūpana. I te namarua I te rāwā. Maka atu anō kia. And the man there with the speedy feet, Alan Williams. Speed to burn. There's that man with the wheels of fire. There he goes. He spots a gap and he's going to go for it. Pump fake. And in he goes. Sam Hobart, I do believe there was. McManaway has a look and a little bit of a wayward pass. It goes into the hands. Ki ngā ringa o Waimate finds an opening. Deft pass through defensive hands and gets it away to the basket. Ki te tūkohu, the net. Looking for an open man. Handoff again. He looks for the big three. There was a big space pick and roll action. And number 11 not able to roll it through. There was Jed Avery. He's going to look to get that screen from his mate, but he gets around it. Yep, does. Here's the wheels. Look at that. 0 to 100. Keep it on the dribble, young man. Keep it on the dribble. There it is. Namarua, Henry Lucas. Speed. And they're just compressing in that Rohe Kuru into the keyhole because they're not hitting those outside shots that often. And if he had had his hands straight up, McManaway would have been all right, but it's because he reached in there. And the Kaiwa Wal is just educating him on it. And he's telling him, he saw you move your hips. Move it to the left, move it to the right, just don't put it in towards the player and you'll be right. And as we look there at the Bullet team, they'll have a little corridor amongst themselves to figure out what they need to do to pull back this 9-point lead. And a look at the Waimate. Ka kite atu ki te tima o Waimate I puna. Me tōna kaiako, a Sean Rooney. And once again, I want to give a massive mihi to the coaches, the managers, the parents, and the organisers of this tournament for allowing us, Whakaata Māori, to be able to stream these games for our whānau, to be able to give us the opportunity to watch a bit of basketball from the comfort of our own homes, or if we're out amongst it, on our phones, our laptops. And here we have number 5 from Waimate, Sam Hobart, and he is at the pai, Kuru Tautuku, the free throw line. And ka whakaritia e ia mo tōna maka tuarua, Kuru tuarua, kei a McManaway te poro I tēnei wā. Let's have a look at what he's got. He gives it back to the top of the arc. Number 9. There's some pressure there, but he steps through and followed up for the rebound, but pulled in by Waimate. And the number 9 from Buller, that is Isaac Philpott, working hard to try and make it, to not give them an easy run to the basket. And they've seen that they haven't got a great record from the three-point line, and so they're tending to keep that zone defense on the inside of that key because they know they're driving in. Once again, and the rest of the team were a little bit slow in getting back in time to assist in that one. In previous plays, we've had 2 players as they've come into that Rohe Kuru, the keyhole. And he'll look to take some inspiration from the handshakes from his Waimate teammates to pull this one, realign the scopes, and send this ball home. Go home, ball! There it is. Sends it home where it wants to be. And once again, Philpott bringing in a Mauria Mai Poro. And number 11 with a bit of confidence in his step, Jed Avery, takes us straight to the tukohu, to the basket. And the wheels of that man, Harlan William, unable to make good in that shot. McManaway sees a little lane down the middle. No foul, they say. And he just goes straight through into 2 defenders, chucks it up, gets his own rebound. Gets his own rebound even. And puts it back in the way. Going around the screen, he's using that screen to full effect. A couple of screens coming in. But what has the referee seen? The Kaiwawau has seen his moving screen. There we go. You see that in the hip action of the referee. He said, sorry about it, young gun. You've got to set your feet and you can't go a walking like Johnny Cash liked to do along the line. Mamarua Tera. And the man, after what he did last time, he just waltzed on into that inside zone. Ooh, some good defense, putting pressure on the ball carrier. Is he going to do it again? Yes, I think he is. He's going to... Oh, he didn't hear the shot clock counting down. Usually at that point in the shot clock, you'll hear his own teammates. When it gets to about 5 seconds, they'll start counting to give him the benefit of not having to look at the clock and to be able to get their shot away. So hopefully they'll be able to do it in the next one and that doesn't happen again. And bringing the ball up was number 3 there from Waimate, who is Hunter Briggs. Me'onahu Whero. Philpott again. Jethro Richards looking for the Makatupana, the bounce pass, not able to find its target, and there is that man again, Briggs. Goes through, found a little gap there, but unable to get that floater to find its home. Oh, some good defense there. What's the call by the Kaiwawau? Push on number... Unsure what number that is. Number 3, Hunter Briggs, perhaps. And Jed Avery's going to take a little breather now, and McManaway back into the action. Ko ai tēnei tama. Te namarima, Zane Troy, just gets onto the court. And unfortunately, the opposition, Waimate, come away with the ball. McManaway with the pill, with Te Poroi Tenewa, the young man trying to set a screen. A little bit stronger on the screen. I tell you who is a screen, Stephen Adams. That guy is a brick wall. Oh, a bit of a spinneroonie. McManaway with the majestical mullet. Moving the ball, and they're up very high. So that defense is just moving around the key. Step back. And it is a tricky shot to pull off that step back. And I tell you why. Your body's momentum is moving away from the hoop. And at the same time, you're trying to adjust to make those shots. So if you can make it, you push your defender away from you, and then it gives yourself that opening. Number 11 pulls that back in again. But some good grit shown by the young player from Waimate there. Namawhetu Harlan William. Me'onahu Kowhai. McManaway sizing up. Katitiro ia. Ki ngā kōhao I roto I ngā ārai a Waimate. Looks, has a go at it. That is Jed Avery, went off, came back on again. Unable to pull it in, McManaway. And he pulls it up and he puts it home. And that's 43, plays 45 now to Waimate. 2 points in it. That man's having a good go. Gets his own rebound. With plenty of space and plenty of time, unable to do it, and there's the McManaway again, pulling in the rebounds. Ngā tūrapa. He's going to be getting tired now, I reckon, because He's been all over the show. And sometimes you expend all this energy to be able to get the ball, you carry it all the way down, and then in that final moment of the finish, you need to have that energy still there. So he's been good at finishing. So to share some of that responsibility and letting his friends, he's an open man there, and that's jumped straight into it there, Jed Avery, and so he'll be called for the hara. Tai mai ngā tāngata hou. Yap back on. And bringing the ball up again. He's going to look, Steele's going to go straight to the bucket with a bit of a spin, Rooney. And good follow through by number 2. Who are you? Cooper Waldron. And as I said before, McManaway, beautiful carry down the court. And when you've got that momentum, even though he had 2 players on him, he had to go at it. Now, if he had another player, in which he did, he had Cooper with him, but unable to convert that support into points. Number 7 from the Pai Toru, the 3 line. And Yap taking it to the bucket. And we've got a mismatch here. Is he going to give it to his mates? No, he's... And you know what? That was a hard finish, and he did beautifully, Harlan William, to get that. And now he's on defense, and now he's hustling. Yap with the ball. Steps back. Can he make it? Not on this occasion. There's that McManaway again. He's working hard to stay on the court. William too. That man's moving his feet. Number 7. The numbers are a little bit small on our whānau from Waimate, and so it's a little bit difficult to see. Not quite sure what number the man at the free throw line is. It could be a 8. Reporoa Perez. So whānau, if you are getting singlets, make sure you've got decent sized numbers so that we can identify who you are and give you the proper mana that you deserve. Reporoa Perez. And kāre ia I mau I te poro I tēnei wā te tama Mamarua Cooper Waldron. Perez me te poro. Tēnā waiwai parahuti anō. And they gave him that open lane and he finished it with the left hand whānau. He's not a left hand player. I taku nei kitinga. McManaway out to Philpott shot. And that whānau brings us ki te whakamutunga o te hau whā tua toru. Akua nei ka kite I te mutunga, te koata, te hau whā whakamutunga. Akua nei ka kite I a kōwai te toa o tēnei kēmu. Kia ora rā tātou katoa. Back at the action, we have Buller with the ball. And Waimatia pulling in the tūrapa, the rebound. And an open man with an open shot, unable to calculate the correct shot. McManaway with the ball now. Back to Philpott. Philpott with the find on Avery. And they'll set up there inside the key defence. Very much a zone defence. And that is all undone by some fancy footwork and an offload under the basket by Mamarua Henry Lucas. McManaway with the spin, and in the process, not able to hold on to the ball. And that young man we just spoke about 1 second ago, Henry Lucas. Lucas with the bucket. Deep three, but he says, put it up for me, and Kuriwhipi toru ki aia. Whoa, 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 whoa. And positioned himself beautifully there, number 5, Hobart, for the rebound. This man says, I shot it last time, I hit it last time, I'm going to give it another go. Isaac Philpott not being able to pop that one this time. Kia Henry Lucas te poro I tēnei wā. He's holding up his hand, giving some sort of salutation to his friends. And Rua, Taupo with the ball now, pumps through. Open man, he's going to swing it out. Rua Taupo with the outside dub. That's our man Sam again. Unable to finish this time. 57 plays 46. Waimate upper at the minute. And the ball back to the middle of the key, the top of the key, Aroha mai. And McManaway has a look. And the ball has been tapped out of McManaway's hands. I Onaringa. And this man has speed. And he's got soft hands to be able to complete that play. That young man's probably the player of the game thus far. He's been pressuring them on defense, and I think that is Perez. Reporoa Perez. He's been all over the park. And they're sending in some new players with probably, no, timeout is called. So let's have a look at what's going on in this Wahiki. Man from Buller shooting 2. who is number 6, Toby Scanlon. Tana kuru tuarua. Whapipi mai te pai. That man again with the fast feet. Looks to feed. Back to the top. Swings again. Opening. Spins. Goes up. And makes it. Perez making it pretty. Swinging it around. That zone defense seems to be paying dividends at the moment. They're going to slow it down with about 4 minutes to go in the fourth. E wha miniti kei te toi. And the pass doesn't quite go to hand, but McManaway looking to bring it back. And some great work there to be able to control that ball. Oh, no one there in the middle. Chucks it back into the Waimate team. And all of his teammates were otherwise occupied. And so they send in the subs. And for Motona Kuru Tuarua, te tama Henry Lucas tērā, kei e te poro I kei nei wā. Ka maka atu ki te taha matau. Kua whiwhi ngā kuru e rua. Tai anō a Waimate ki te rohe o Bula. Miharo te kite I ngā maka katoa engari auare ake. Haere tonu e tama. Rua taupo tēnā. E trai ana ki te whiu I te poro. McManaway haere tōtika tōna oma ki te tūkohu. E wāte ana te rātama, te namarua, Henry Lucas. Ka āraitia Bula engari ka hopu kina anō te tama no Waimate. Be handy if you could see the game clock just on the top of the backboard. Give us an exact period of time left. Engari mai te pai pito, the baseline. McManaway out to Philpotter around the screen. Is he going to pop up? Off the left hand even, and a great rebound there. Philpott again. And he finds it this time with the great rebounding skills there of Jed Avery. He's able to pop that one off. Now, Bulla are going to be wanting to work hard to try and get this one back, because with only a matter of seconds to go, I would say, they're needing about 3 points. 3 3-pointers to bring it back. That's 11 points in it at the moment. And Kaiwa Wao ka kiana. E kiana a te Kaiwa Wao, kei a Bulla te poro. And yep, fighting his way. Ka pakanga atu ana ia ki te timo Waimate. And I roto I tērā ahuatanga a ka hara ngā kaitākaro o Bula o Waimate I aia. Oh, tatania. Yep, mahi anō. Me ona hu wai poroporo. O miharo e mara. Kia kaha tonu Bula. Ki te ārai I a rātou. Nice little roll off. And that's number 2. Always keep it on the dribble. There he goes with a little crossover. That Perez, he's got speed, he's got wheels. And on that occasion, didn't have the foot, but he's got the ball back, mid-ranger. And they're getting rebounds left, right, and centre. That'll be jump ball. And who's got his hands on that ball? Jed Avery. He's been a defensive machine, he has. There at the two teams preparing themselves. Hard to say how long we've got to go. Back into the action we go. Okay, our Waimate Te Koro, and they bring it to the back of the three-point line to Wai Toru. And there's that Perez again, finding his way through. And we've got an open man there. Philpott with the finish off the left hand, beautifully done. As we know, as whānau and players and coaches, being able to have a release, a clean release off the left and the right hand is of the utmost importance to give yourself those options. And same when it comes to all the shot selections. If you've got a left and a right hand, you're more dangerous as a player. There's Perez again. Goes to the open man, mid-ranger. Just called for a travel. Yep. To Panapana I Koro Pa Tini Tini. Man away, under the bucket again. And there's that man, Jed Avery, all over the ball once more. Bringing it down, we have number 7 with the ball. Harlan William. Perez gives it to that man out on the bottom corner. The defender's standing quite far off. Oh, he has a go at it though. Does he get his own rebound? Oh, some great work to be able to bring that back. Oh, unlucky. Is they going to pull it in? Yes, they are. I believe the clock would have been counting down. And he's going to let that roll along the ground and not touch it because he doesn't want the shot clock to start. And it mustn't be long to go now. But with 8 points in it, backs it in, works hard under the basket. And I think that will be baseline. And subs coming in. We have number 13 coming into the game from Waimate. There we go. We have the shot, the score. 1:06 to go. Number 13, that is Cody Swatridge. Coming in for Waimate. They're going to have to play some big defense now. There's that man, Jed Avery again, all over the ball. Yap with the ball now. They've got hands all over him. Seven points in it. With the ball now, and there's Avery. Kei ai ngā pūkenga ki te whakaoti I tērā mahi, and nui ngā mahi kei ā bula I tēnei wā ki te kaupare, ki te kati, and that pressure. Perez with the ball now. He's been dangerous all game, and there he is, finding a gap through the middle, but unable to hold it. There's an opportunity now for Philpott. No. Out to Yap, and it drops. That takes it down to a 2-point game. Time out called. Unsure of how long exactly to go, because we can't quite see that shot clock, but I'd say it'll be a matter of seconds. And with that turnover coming, that gives Buller the opportunity to square this game up. And as we said at the start of the game, these are the games we like to see. There we go, 11 seconds left. 11 seconds is enough time in basketball for quite a few shots. Because if you're on your 5th foul, you just keep fouling and taking them to the line until you get the opportunity, and you hope that then the free throwing isn't on point. Once again, as we come to the end of this game, we want to give a massive shout out to those that are bringing these games to our coverage, bringing these games to our whānau at home. And those people are Apollo Projects, New Zealand Carbon Farming, Caltex, Whakaata Māori, Bailey's for real estate. So those are the people that have given us the ability to be here today, to watch these games, to support these whānau who would love to be there but can't. And those that just love watching basketball, mihi ana ki a rātou. And Waimate moving and looking for a shot. They're going to try and hold that ball, and the others are going to try and foul them. And they have done just that. Now the pressure. Now the question is, how many team fouls are they on? No, they're not on 5 team fouls yet. And so, counting down to the final seconds. All they got to do is get the ball inbound. Inbound. Ko Wainga Tangate Watiana, and he's going to foul again. But the question will be asked, was the foul, did it happen before the buzzer? Are they going to question it? No, they're not. They're going to accept that that happened as it happened, and that means Waimate High School, ko rātou ngā toa I tēnei kēmu, nō reira mihi atu kia rātou, engari he mihi nui ana kia bula hoki, nā te mea nui ngā mahi kua oti I a rātou. Nō reira ngā kai mātakitaki, ngā whānau, ngā kai ako, ngā kai whakarite, mihi ana kia koutou katoa, tēnā koutou, noho ora mai tātou katoa.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me MāORI Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 120 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Nau mai e hoa mā ki tēnei pāpāhotanga. O te poi tūkohu me te kēmu kei Wainganui ia Menzies College me Geraldine High School. Ko wai tēnei e pāhoa atu nei, ko Ethan Smith tōku ingoa, he riau no te taitokerau. Ka tiku au ki roto o Moerewa. Engari ka noho au ki te uru o Tāmaki i tēnei wā. Nō reira, mihi ana kia koutou katoa I hono mai ki tēnei pāhotanga. Kia ora koutou, and welcome along to this matchup between Menzies College and Geraldine High School up to I Waihopai in Invercargill. It's our pleasure to be able to bring you these games this afternoon and show some of the exciting young talent that we have coming through in the basketball scene for Te Waipounamu, the South Island. Firstly, we'd like to say a massive thank you to those people who tautoko and support our kaupapa, and those people are Caltex. Those are the ones that are being able to help us get to our events. We've got Bailey's Real Estate, selling houses and helping others buy houses. We've got Apollo Projects. Those ones are the ones building construction and anything that you need help with. Apollo Projects, go and give them a look. See if you can tautoko them, as they are tautoko and supporting us in this kaupapa, and also as well as New Zealand carbon farming. And not to forget Whakaata Māori and Māori Plus. Now you might ask yourself the question, why is Māori Plus broadcasting all of these games for us? Well, Māori Plus understands, and Whakaata Māori understand that through all of these young players who are sports people playing ha kina kina, they're all keen learners and a part of our country. And so how can we support them? By using some of our beautiful reo Māori to help commentate and give some exposure to our different kupu that pertain to different ha kina kina and sports. So to start off today, we're going to go through our teams from Menzies College. We have Sam Ramage, 00. We have Kaiser Aguela, number 8, Benjamin Laurie, 7, Maddox Dixon, 15, Roman Winiata, 3, Dwayne Rivas, number 2, Zach North, 27, Jacob Stuck, 11, Leo Lenson, number 5, Jamie Reed, 22, James Grant. And from Geraldine High School, we have Jacob Cunliffe, 23, Fanuel Tillahan, number 4, Harvey Watkins, 13, Ethan Hole, 6, Dylan Sami, 8, Caden Halsey, 16, Felix Hardy Line, number 9, Ivan Orbase, number 12, Marco Hardy Line, 15, and the coach is Dave Taylor. So here we go, and they're into it. To kick it off, we have Menzies College with the white and red strip, and then on the other side we have Geraldine High School with the red and is it black, I do believe. And there's the first move to the bucket. That man's got the rebound, goes for the putback, and we've got a big man, number 16 there from Geraldine, Caden Halsey, pulling in the rebound, the two-dupper, swinging it out to the left. Our man number 12 standing big and tall, Ivan Obas, and the rebound going towards Menzies College that time. And we've had a look at Menzies College yesterday. So once again having a look, and that man from the 3 with a little bit of a, just coming off the roll from that, the screen, feeding it out. First time we've looked at Geraldine High School though, and out of the gate, they're looking impressive with that drive to the basket. Miharo te kite I te rā āhuatanga I te wā ka kite I tētahi wāwahi. Kei Wainganui I ngā ārai a Menzies College. Ka whakawhiti tino tere tōna hakawhiti atu ki te kōhau, ki te tūkohu, nā kei reira I te pai I nai nei, kia tāpiri atu ētahi tūkohu mo tōna tīma a Geraldine, ko te tatauranga I nai nei kore ki te rua. Ana, kei kona tētahi ārai, there's a screen coming in, and they prepare themselves again. Bet defence was strong on that man there, 3 of them in fact, and he's found a little gap down the side, goes for a high release, and the tūrapa rebound is picked up by Geraldine High School, taking it to 4. Whā ki te kore. For those that are still in the learning phase, kore being 0, whā tahirua toru whā, that's 4. And ka mau a te kapa o Geraldine I te poro I tēnei wā. Namba ono ko tōna ingoa ko Ethan Hole. Tēnā koe Ethan. Ko Ethan anō hoki te kai kōrero e kōrero tiana I tēnei wā. Ethan Smith, that's my name. Brought up in the Tai Tokero in the Bay of Islands, and whānau's from the bottom of 90 Mile Beach there at the top of the North Island. Quite the opposite of where we are in Waihopai, Invercargill at the moment, but that's ka pai. Not too much basketball growing up in the far north, but we do love our sports, and so it's a pleasure for me to be here commentating for you all today. That is a beautiful penetration, but as those hands go up, like a bunch of Cody from the north, he couldn't quite get free, and he gets trapped at the bottom of the keyhole. Here's another kupu coming your way. Keyhole, ture, aroha mai, not ture. Rohe, rohe kuru, keyhole. Rohe, rohe being an area, kuru being the basket area, and he's come over the back of the number 16, I do believe it was, Mai Te Kura or Geraldine. Now, our viewers watching right now, you may already know where Geraldine is, but for those that don't, a quick Google search brings up that Geraldine is, in fact, in the Canterbury region, 140 kilometres south of Christchurch. That's where you'll find Geraldine. And Menzies, kaihia tērā kāreti. Is in Wyndham, which is in Southland. So that's where those two kura are. So hopefully not too far for the Menzies College kids to be able to come to this competition. As we zoom out on our Wyndham map, it is approximately, it's not too far away from Invercargill, Menzies College, in the little town near there of Wyndham. So beautiful to have these two teams competing today. Not too sure how often these two meet, but here they are at the South Island Championships, and I would imagine that they would have run their own regional competitions to be able to make it here. And sometimes it is that there's no competition, so you go straight to these comps. And there we have some movement of the ball, making space for himself. Ball doesn't drop due to the pressure applied by the Geraldine High School team. Still 6-0 at the moment. I roto I ngā ringa o te nama ono, te poro, ka maka atu ki tērā tama, ki te taha. Ko te nama waru tēnā, ko Dylan Sami. And that man goes straight through the middle. He doesn't need much of a get, that young man from Menzies College. And he spots it and he says, I would like to go through that gap. And he goes for it. Sam Ramage, Menzies College. Once again, whānau, if there are any moments where the pronunciation of your young man or woman's name is not being pronounced properly, you're more than welcome to hit me up on Instagram, Ethan Smith NZ, and send us a voice file with the correct pronunciation. And I would absolutely love to make sure that I am pronouncing the names of our tamariki tāne correctly and giving mana to those names. Here we go, number 6, Ethan Hull bringing it and pops it out to Dylan. Sami unable to make that. Mai Te Pai Toru from the 3-point line. Timataki te Te Poro kia Jamie Reid I tēnei wā. And Sam putting his finger up, giving the 1 symbol, and that is a screen. Unfortunately, I tērā wā, that screen has been deemed a foul due to it moving. So in the hands of number 6, Ethan Hole again. Takes it back down, and that man's seen a hole through the middle. That is Dylan Sami. He's got some quick feet, that boy, and he takes the opportunity. Unable to finish it in that piece of play, but he steps up to the Pai. Kuru Tautuku. Pai Kuru Tautuku, the free throw line. And once again, those have been listening to other commentary today. Pai being the place, a space on the marae where those people that give their whai kōrero or welcome people onto the marae, and most of the country will hear that called the Pai Pai. Okay, the place where those people sit themselves. And in this instance, the Pai Tuku Tautono, Tautuku, Kuru Tautuku, that is the free throw line, and he is successful in his second attempt there. The man from NZSS College. No, the man from Geraldine, Aroha mai. And he finds an open man down to the bottom corner. Wā te ana tērā tama, engari. Auare ake kari I whiwhi tērā kuru. He drives, and young Mr. Hole finding plenty of those in the defensive lines, enabling him to get straight to the basket. Beautifully done. But the deft defense of Menzies College doesn't allow him to finish. Once again, thank you to those that are bringing us this coverage technically down in Waihopai, Invercargill. So to the cameraman and the technical people bringing the stream to you. Mihi ana kia koutou katoa. Also sitting down at the bottom of our screen in the middle, our score bench. Absolutely important role. Sometimes a lot of pressure is put on them because it can be a difficult job at times, learning new skills. So once again, massive mihi to those people. Often it's whānau members or other teammates. So big ups to you, whānau. Beautiful facility down here in Waihopai, Invercargill. So thank you to those whānau that have organised and keep the spaces that we play in maintained, because obviously it's a team effort to make all of these games possible. Coming out now after the timeout, looking at our game clock for 5 minutes and 14 seconds is the time to go in this first quarter. And a 7 point difference. Inbound going to Geraldine. Kei te Pai Pito, the baseline, Pai Pito tērā. Ana, ka maka atu te poro. Ki tērā tama hau mai te kokona. Ka tarai ana ia ki te whiu atu I te poro. Te whakatutuki I tērā kuru whiwhi toru. Ngari, kāre ia I Waimarie. And there's the open shot. They had 2 screens to work from behind. And unfortunately, that young man puts his body on the line and hits the deck hard, but thankfully he's back on his feet and with good fortune back into the game. And it looks like that brings us to 5 team fouls. And so he's going straight to Te Pai Kuru Tautuku. Me tōna whiu kotahi. Kāre I Waimarie. Whakarite ana ia mo tōna whiu ngā tuarua. Ko tutuki. Nō reira, iwa ki te tahi. Te tatauranga I tēnei wā. Looking for a screen off there. As Sam Ramage finds a little space there for himself and accelerates quickly through the gap to finish with a nice little left arm hook layup there. And that was a beautiful little show and go. Everyone thought he was offloading and then he didn't. Looking for that screen. He's going to get around that screen. It was a little bit set a little bit too early, which enabled them to get around it nice and easy. And that's the defense is moving. Hands are in the air. But that didn't stop him from making that bucket. Menzies up to 5, going against Geraldine's 11. And there's that man again, number 8, who's just scored before Dylan Sami. And from Te Pai Toru, the 3-point line. He gave an attempt to try and bring that back in, but no success this time. But as the game goes, we will crack on and carry on to try and keep entertaining our whānau that are tuned in today. One of my favorite things, the basketball buzzer, and there he is at the top of the arc. Well pulled in amongst all that tall timber that was under the tukohu, the basket there. He was able to get it away and finish, bringing that score to 7-11. That was a beautiful move there by number 12, Ivan Orbase. It could be Orbase, O-R-B-A-S-E. If I'm saying it incorrectly, once again, whānau, let me know. Ethan Smith NZ on Instagram. And there was that explosion of speed again from Sam Ramage. Sets up mai te pai kuru tautuku me tōna maka tuatahi. Tōna kuru tuarua. Kāre, te taka te poro, enari, kei reira te tama anō, te tama terera watu. And the speed of his footwork allowed him into the correct position in which number 4 from Menzies had to try and apply some more pressure. Aroha mai, not number 4, number 22, I do believe it is, Jamie Reed. And the outcome was this man's at the line, Dylan Sami, converting that first free throw. And not as much luck on that one, pulling it down was Zach North there. And a little pop over the top. I thought we were going to see a little bit of razzle-dazzle there for a second, whānau. He was flying in for a little slam dunk. I thought, are we about to see a slam dunk here, whānau? And it wasn't quite a kuru topa slam dunk. But I love the enthusiasm and the whakaaro, the idea to give it a go. Obviously, these boys bet on themselves to have a couple of hops. And there's this man again. We haven't stopped saying his name, Dylan Sami, at the pie. Once again, Pai Kuru Tautuku. And beautifully done. And are they able to hold it? Yes, they regain control of that ball. Number 16, Caden Halsey pulls it in. And there's that same man again. straight to the bottom of the basket, and he's becoming a bit of a terrorizer for this Menzies College team. So they're going to have to figure out how to put some restraint on Sami. Otherwise, he's going to do that till the night comes. Screen coming in. Hits the wall. He's going to try to go through that. And he did go through. Gets his own rebound. Carry on. Carry on. And they should count that because they didn't reset the shot clock. And in come the fresh legs. Patai mai ngā wai ho. Mai te pai pito. Got a quick cutter underneath the basket. Engari. E ai ki te kai wawao. And with 1:44 on the game clock. And there's that man Sami again. A bit of a hand in getting the turnover. And they can feel his hands are on fire. So they're going to keep feeding them their ball, and they've figured that out now. So Menzies have got e rua ngā tangata. E tiaki ana to look after that number 8. And they come away with the ball. What can they do here? And not able to finish off that time. Oh, there's some great defense coming in there. Sam Ramage with the ball at this time. And Dylan Sami again troubling and making it difficult for that inbound ball. And he's seen a big gap up the middle, but wasn't able to carry on. And I do believe there could be a jump ball. The sweet sound of the basketball buzzer. Inbound to the corner, and then they're going to look to try and get a shot away. A deft twist of the body there by the young player from Menzies College. And a quick Google. Oh, there he is again. Gets the putback. Beautiful touch there. A little Google search to figure out Menzies College. Where does it get its name from? And it comes from Dr. James Alexander Menzies, a Scottish physician and prominent figure in Southland, New Zealand's history. He was elected the Southland Provincial Superintendent and played a key role in the region's development, including supplying a ferry that served the area. So thank you very much to Dr. James Alexander Menzies. And in his honour, he's got a kuda named after him. Sam holding the ball, Ramage, he's going to look for the pass. He's got a clear lane and unable to quite finish that, but Sam there again chucks the ball to try and get some points on the board. But that will bring us to the end of the first quarter. Te hau whā tuatahi. Ko uti ko te tatauranga I tēnei wā. Menzies 10, Geraldine High School 19 points. See you after this. And back into the action here in Waiho by Invercargill. 19 plays, 10. Geraldine up. And you see the coach there giving them the get your hands up, get your hands up when it comes to defense. So let's see if they can do that this time. A little bit of handoff action at the top of the arc. And bringing it around, we've got a new player, number 4 here. Finds himself with an opening. And who is that number 4? That's Whenuel Tilahun. And the ball bounces over the Pai Pito, the baseline. Maka ki te Pai Toru, ana ka tai mai tētahi ārai ma Sam Ramage. And that pass unable to stick to the waiting man on the 3-point line. Engari tēnei wā, I mauria mai, pā tinitini ana a tērā tama. Shot goes up, shot comes down in the hands of Menzies. And they keep looking to that young man, and who is Sam Ramage, to bring some magic. A big pass across the court invites defense, and that's what comes. And as he scopes out, a bit of a slow start to this Hauwha Tuarua. Ahua pōtiri haere te timatanga o tēnei Hauwha. Te Hauwha Tuarua. We have a bit of a loss of the ball there, so they will steady themselves and go at it again. Geraldine, Mauria mai, Te Poro, that same handoff action that we saw in the first initial of this second quarter. And there's that man again, right under the basket, swinging wide, bumping himself in a little bit closer with a little hook. Beautiful play there by the number 9, whose name is Felix Hardy Line. By the look, there's a couple of brothers in there, Marco and Felix. And Menzies coming away, and that's going to be a hara, a foul. But number 23, Jacob Caniff, he said, there's no way I'm letting you run to the basket without putting a little bit of something on it. So we have this man stepping up to Te Pai Kuru Tautuku. Free throw line, that is. And down at the end of the court, we see a young photographer. Good on those young people getting out and getting some shots of their boys and their teammates, and supporting them and giving them some images as memorabilia for this competition. And he's off again, that Geraldine High speedster, Dylan Summy. And he's asking, was there a finger to the ball? And the Kaiwawao, from their perspective, said no thanks. Mauria mai ana te poro, Sam Ramage, mai te pokapū o te papatakaro. And that was a beautiful move. The defender unfortunately gave him the side to go down, and their little spin just put him into that space. He's going to look, and there was that same little show, that little show that he gave as the person rapped. And as we see again, the Menzies College players just trying to reiterate to the refs how he had his hands up, but that's not how the refs saw it on this occasion. And so Dylan Sami steps up to the pai Kuru Tautuku and sends it home. High fives all around. Trying to keep that momentum up. 20 to 12. 8 points in it. This could make it 9. No. And they've brought down. And Sam brings it up the court. He's going to try it. No. He pulls back. Looks again. They're going to realign. And there's a screen coming off for that man. Number 7 steps to the basket. Benjamin Laurie. Te pai Kuru Tautuku anō. The first one drops. And gun the rebound. Te tūrapa. Pataka ki ngā ringa o Geraldine Engari. Te wā e oma atu ana ia, te nama te kauma rua, Ivan Obas. Mahu e te pauro i aia. Kiwaho i te paitaha. Timata no i te paitaha. Maka atu, he maka tūpana. He maka tūpana no, kei kona, a bounce pass, maka tūpana. And with no defense on him, a nice little mid-range finishes it for his team, Menzies College, closing it to a 7-point gap now. Number 6 sizing up his options. That is Ethan Hull. And the big boy, number 15, finds a gap down the middle and says, I will eat that up for breakfast. Do not give that to me on toast, because I will take that. And off he goes. Sam gives it wide, and they've found a little bit of flow now. The boys from Menzies College. Hull looking for the pass, and unfortunately his man wasn't ready for that pass, and so they prepare. There's a screen coming on that man. He's going to have a go. Backs down Mr. Hull, and Hull comes away with it. He's going to look and slow it down, find a better pace for his team. That man's going to look at that opening down on the baseline. Te Pai Pito finding number 4 open, and the ball pops, drops. And another 2 points go to Geraldine High School. At this point, 24 plays 18 against Menzies College. Swinging it to the right, down to the pocket. Good defense there. Number 4, and no, but Sam with the quick hands, able to pull it in. He sees an opening, and a great, oh, they couldn't stop him twice. Body positioning, giving him the ability to find an open shot right in the pocket. Ko tau mai anō a te kāreti o Geraldine. And now Kuru, Whiwhi, Toru, Kea Geraldine. And just when Menzies was coming back in and looking like they had a chance, not too sure what happened there, but he got a free lane to the basket. And that man is just getting rebound after rebound. And if you give a team too many chances at rebounds, it just increases their chances of rectifying their scopes to make those shots go in. And that seems to be what's happening. 23 there with the ball, unable to hold it with a little bit of a hand to it. Who is Jacob Cunliffe? Sam again, Ramage brings it through. And he had no way he could get that off. He had two people all over him, but he manages it. And that's number 15. He's going to go with pace straight to the bucket. Beautifully done, Marco Hardy line. Ano, ka kawea mai te poro. Menzies College. And kei raro i te tūkohu tērā tama, te nama Huetu, Benjamin Laurie. Huri huri haere ana ia. Ka peke a kāre i taka te poro i roto i tēnā nekehanga. I nāi nei, wāte ana te tama i te pai toru. Ka neke anō, ka kite ia. Te tama no Menzies i tētahi wāhi e wā tea ana. Ko te namarua tēnā, ko Dwayne Rivas. And high fives all around to try and pick him up and give him a little bit more kaha. For his second, and he makes that and finds another point for his Menzies College team. And out to the corner. Kuru whiwhi toru ana tēnā tama. And the boys get up and give them a bit of energy. And there we have it. Bringing the ball up, Menzies College, that number 7 Rivas, looking for the cutter on the inside, and he's going to look to try and shut down that lane, and which he did do, just through his fast feet, and they've packed that Rohe Kuru, packed it nice and tight because they know that number 8 likes it. Oh, look at that! That was beautiful. He looked to the middle. He looked to the middle that time, Whānau, but as he did that, so did the defender, and that gave him the baseline, which he peeled down and finished nicely. And they tried to repeat that action on the other end, but weren't able to do so, and that is that man, Dylan Sami. And we saw a difference as he went off, and now he's back on the court, and he is straight back into the mahi. Laurie with the ball. Bringing it back around the arch, and he saw a lane, but the lane closed quickly, and the foul was found by number 4, Fanuel Tilahun, and is now taking a little break. Mai te pai pito I tēnei wā. So he will step to the line for a shot at the free throw with 1 minute and 41 seconds on the game clock. He will prepare himself again. Mai te pai kuru tautuku. And this time the rebound comes down to the hands of the Menzies men. And steps through, but The ref, the Kaiwa Wao, says Kyle Hore. That was a travel in my opinion. And there is that man again, Sami. Making it look easy even though they packed that rohekuru, the keyhole. No, they packed the keyhole as well and they put up a wall and he said no. But that is what happens when you pack keyhole. You leave your outside perimeter open and you need to hit those for them to come out and start playing defense on you. That man again drawing in plenty of players, and that's also what happens. If you can draw those players in, you can leave your perimeter open, and that's what we see there. And until they start hitting those threes, they're going to keep packing that keyhole, that rohekuru. That man works it all the way down deep. And the coach is just giving his man there a little bit of education, because just lifting of that elbow. One coach there holds up his fingers, one. And that is beautifully done and hard to stop. Just the speed at which he does it, from 0 to 100. That's how you have to play. Oh, that is a beautiful touch there by number 7, Benjamin MΑΟRI. Unable to finish though, but he's going to want to get back and get in front now. And the young man from Menzies tried his best, but unable to pull back that basket from Dylan Sami. And that is our first half. E Te Whānau 26, Menzies College 45, Geraldine. It'll be a tough slog for Menzies to come back in the second half, but let's see how it plays out after this break. Noho tonu mai.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me MāORI Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritizing function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
And here we are back into the action of Te Poi Tūkohu. I tēnei kēmu mai te papatākaro o Waihopai. Mihi tonu ana ki ngā kaitautoko a Caltex New Zealand Carbon Farming Bailey's Apollo Projects me whakaata Māori kia whakamānu I tēnei kaupapa. And here we are, Sam Ramage with the ball in hand, a little bit of pressure being applied, so much so that he's now having to stand and give the pass to number 7, Benjamin Laurie. They're wrapping around, and the three-point shot. He found himself open, the young man, Leo Lenson. Unfortunately, wasn't able to find the bottom of the basket, but I'm sure he's going to do his best in the defensive end to try and pull that back. And there's that danger man with the ball in his hands at the moment, Sami. And the lane gets packed when young Ethan tried to find a hole through the middle. Unfortunately, that wasn't to be, but he has drawn the foul. Tahara nā no reira, ka haere e ki te pai kuru tautuku I tēnei wā. A little bit more information about Menzies College. First established in 1971 on the former Wyndham District High School site. Majority of the school buildings were built in the 1950s, replacing buildings that were destroyed by fire. Additionally, buildings were added after 1971, including a new school hall, technology block with art, clothing, and cooking rooms, administration area, and a new library. And here we go, there's the man from Menzies High School, bringing the ball up the centre, Sam Ramage, the top of the arc, screen being set for him. He's going to have a look, nothing there, 2 defenders on him, and they're looking, trying to find an opening. There he goes, he finds an opening, but he has 2 men on him. Now, from our observations of what we saw then, was that they are doing a great job, Geraldine High School, of not giving Menzies any clear path to the bucket. But what there are available to the Menzies team are plenty of backdoor cuts, because as Sam drove in there, we saw some backdoor areas at the baseline well and truly open. So perhaps could be a change in strategy. That man came out of nowhere. This man with the ball now, looking dangerous with their little spin move. Pops it around the back. Unable to rein that in, number 9. Felix Hardy-Line. So Menzies doing what they need to do to keep that score from ballooning out even further. There's a man going at the elbow, finds this man in the corner. He finds his way down the baseline, but is unable to control the ball. And kua ngaro atu te pore I tōna ringa. E mauria mai, e pā tini mai. Ethan Holy tēnei wā. And kei a wai te poro I tēnei wā, ko Dylan Sami e Mauana, ka maka atu ki tēnei tama, e kuru whiwhi toru ana. Engari kari I whiwhi. And a big gap found through the middle by the Menzies player. Pops it out with 3 men on him to the open man. And that's what happens when you drive to the basket. You draw people in if you are nailing those things. And obviously they are. And they left Sam, Ethan Hole, way too open. He had all the time in the world because unless he's hitting them, they give him some space. And this is Sam Ramage having a look, and he says, I can have a go at that too, just as you did. And that is a brilliant rebound, popping it out to his friend, number 22, Jamie Reed, who's unable to complete that process, but he'll come back and set up the defense. And Hole, once again, seeing the opportunity. And the ball's just not dropping at the moment. That's number 9 in the game, Felix Hardy-Line. Back to Sami with the ball in hand. They're going to have to watch. And they are. I've got 2 people on them now. E rua ngā tāngata e tiaki ana I tērā tamainaina. Engari, ka kite a line I tētahi kōhao. It's quite lucky not to get called there, that number 16, because he did walk Caden Halsey straight onto that player to push him out, but luckily Sam Ramage brings it up with confidence. He's asking for a screen to come to him, and the screen's a little late, but there's an open man on the 3 line, and unfortunately he's not able to put it away. There's the speed of that man again. Is there a clean line for him? No, there isn't. That doesn't matter, he says. I'm going to have a go at it anyway. Oh, beautiful over the head pass, but not able to find its target. And the big man inside. He uses his strength to be able to get free and open. Whakawātea ana I tērā wāhi mona. Engari kāri I tutuki o nā wawata. Te whakahoki a tēnā poro ki tōna kāinga. Nō reira ka tai atu ia ki te pai kuru tautuku. Kua tutuki tōna whainga tuatahi. Whakarite anō. Tēnei tama. Caden Halsey. Good honesty shown there by number 6, Ethan Hull. He knew he touched it and he signalled to give the ball to them. Good on you, young fella. Oh, beautiful defence shown there. Sam, not really much room there. And he was off balance. But through practicing that move over and over, he knew just chuck it at the basket. And if you've done it a million times, sometimes it just goes in. And the big man, not able to get that pass delivered to him on a platter, had to work for it. And that man is happy about that effort shown. And so would his team, Menzies 30 playing Geraldine's 50. And there we have it, whānau. Timeout called. Not too sure who called that timeout, but we've got 5 minutes left in this quarter. Once again, we give our thanks to those people that have able to make this thing happen today.
It is Menzies versus Geraldine.
Oh, okay.
And thank you very much to our cameraman informing one of the whānau who've just come into the stadium to have a bit of a watch. Menzies versus Geraldine, that's right, whānau. 30 plays 50. It's a bit of a buffer to come back, but a few things that Menzies can do to try and turn that around. Shutting down those playmakers like Sami and giving themselves the opportunity to get back in the game by playing defense in the first instance and making good shots up, getting open, moving the ball, looking for those backdoor cuts. And without a doubt, that's something they can do to try and turn this game around for themselves. Once again, here we are back in the action with our two teams from the south bringing their skill sets to the table. And it's not usual that you stop the dribble. You try and get their ball up and keep the dribble on. And they're going to pack that space, and there's two men on him. No way are they going to let him bring it down easily. And number 13 there, Harvey Watkins, doing the mahi that's needed. Mai te pai pito I tēnei wā. Ka maka te poro ki roto, engari karehe wāhi e wātea ana ki roto I te rohe kuru. And kua oti te taima ki te kāreti o Menzies. And moving the ball around there, Menzies College with the three-point shot that's not able to find the topper, the rim. And Menzies, for those that aren't aware, is in Wyndham. Ko te ingo Māori o te rā wāhi, ko Mokoreta. And he just makes his way and clears his room. And they're going to push this. And that's the occasion where you want to see soft hands going at the basket at 100 miles an hour. The soft hands allow you to just finesse that ball onto the backboard. Big men on the inside not able to assist on that occasion. He's going to look for that kuru, whiwhi, toru. Kari kua whiwhi, engari, the mid-range is open. He'll have another look. Looks to the three-point line with 10 seconds to go. That should have been a recount. And that drops short from Sam. And subs roll in, number 22. Jamie Reed into the game for Menzies. And also coming back, we have Dylan Sami, and he's going to straight away show that speed. Number 9 with an open track to the basket. Nobody got in front of him, and he was allowed to just take that down at speed, pop up, absorb the contact from those other players, and Felix Hardy line with the basket. And that is a beautiful kuru tautuku, aroha mai, kuru whiwhi toru. Kuru being the shot, whiwhi meaning to score, toru being 3 points. Whiwhi from the Māori dictionary: to acquire, to have, to possess, to win, obtain, get, receive. There we go. Whiwhi, kuru, whiwhi, toru. To be able to score 3 points. And straight down the middle of that rohe kuru. And that man is not allowing the big man to pummel him backwards and make himself more open. So the hook shot, he had to go from a little bit further than he's used to, and wasn't able to get it to drop that time. 22. Jamie Reed with the outside pass. I thought that was a tori for a second, and too easy that basket. Mama noia iho. Everyone wasn't aware who had who and allowed Sami to stroll into the bucket. And Sam creates his own pathway and showing good sportsmanship there by going and checking on the young man from Geraldine. He's asking for a sub. I can only imagine that would happen, because as a young man and a man having been hit in that exact place, you know what it feels like, and you need a little sit down for a minute. So, mihi aroha ki Ethan Hole I tēnei wā. Once again back into the action with Dylan Sami with the ball. And the man there from Menzies making it hard work for him to get up there, number 4. No, can't be number 4. There's no number 4 in the Menzies College, so we'll get their number right, but he wasn't able to rein in Dylan. And finding the open man, 12, Ivan Obase, or Obas. And Sam Ramage doing his very best to try and get to the bucket. And the Geraldine team not making it an easy affair. Nō reira ka whakarita ana ia. Kei te pai kuru tautuku. The free throw line. Pai kuru tautuku. And anō, whiwhi. Tērā kuru ki aia, and that's going to be a timeout called with 25.4 seconds to go in the third quarter. Te hau whā tua toru. More action coming up. No doubt we will see a play put together by the team from Geraldine, who will most likely get the ball now. And with 25 seconds to go, you would imagine they're going to be wanting to use the full 24-second clock to not give the Menzies College boys an opportunity to score more points. And so I would imagine them bringing it up the court at a slower pace. And having known this, Menzies College will probably want to put some pressure on the ball carrier to hurry them up. Otherwise, what you'll see is a slow move up and not give them any time. And Menzies College are needing the points. with 24 points needed to even up the scores. It's not impossible, but it's a hard ride to be able to achieve that. And as they cheer out for that last part in the third quarter, bringing up the ball is the danger man who has scored plenty of points this game. Dylan Sami, still with ball in hand, and the defense is working hard, and that is what they needed to do to be able to get the opportunity for their own players to have a go at the basket. 9.9 seconds left on the clock. Their number 2, Dwayne Rivas from Menzies College, making life difficult. And there's the number 12. He's just going to hold that ball. Baseline, goes baseline, puts it up. Not able to finish. But it begs the question that they'll go to 24 or 14 seconds again because the shot did go up. 2.3, ball in hand. And that brings us ki te whakamutunga o tēnei hau whā. O te kēmu kei Wainganui Menzies College me at Geraldine High School 60. Ono te kau ki te tori te kau mā ono te tatauranga I tēnei wā. Nō reira mātaki tonu mai ki te whakamutunga o tēnei kēmu. Mauri ora kia tātou. No mai hoki mai anō tātou mā. And 30 seconds to go in this fourth and final quarter of the game. And since we had a little bit of history about Menzies College, let's talk a little bit about Geraldine High School. Te kura tuarua o Rau Kāpuka. And according to Wikipedia, a co-educational state secondary school located in Geraldine, South Canterbury. So it traces its origins back to January 1902 with the establishment of the Geraldine District High School. At the time, 27 students were enrolled in the high school. In 1906, the school building was destroyed by fire, and for 17 months the seniors met in the town's volunteer hall and juniors met in the Oddfellows Hall. Fortunately, the low numbers resulted in the closure of the high school in 1909, and 1915 was reopened in the Oddfellows Hall with 20 students attending. And here we are back into the game again. And those history comments brought to you with support from Wikipedia. So hopefully you've learned something for today, whānau, about not only Menzies College but Geraldine High School as well. It's a beautiful thing I love about the sport that we play and that we're able to watch, bringing in lots of different information and learning a little bit of those areas, a little bit about those areas. So coming back to game coverage. inbound, and he puts his hands up, saying, Kaiser Aguila, saying, what, me? And he's playing hard defense on that number 8. Unable to rake it in. Kaiser working hard on defense, not allowing him anything. He's trying to get free, the big man, and he's trying to find space. Ka Waiwahi has to put that shot off. And the boys are still carrying on, perhaps didn't hear the whistle. And Kaiser Aguila putting his hand up and saying, I think that might have been me, he said. He said to the whānau, I think that might have been me. And so that means that Dylan Sami will ka haere ia ki te pai, kuru tautuku. And kāre I whiwhi I tērā wā. Engari ka whakarite ana o te tama. And wa ora tonu anō ia. And as they bring it down here for the final quarter, there's plenty of ball movement and pressure on the ball carrier. And turnover there. And turnover ball once again. It's back and forth. The legs will be starting to feel it. And he squares up. Number 12 from Geraldine High School, who is Ivan Obase, showing how it's done to his teammates. A little screen coming in for the number 2, Dwayne Rivas, with the pass out to the top of the arc, not able to complete that kuru toru. And he aha te karanga, te kaiwa wao. We see from his actions that there was a push on Dylan Sami, and it's come to the point where they have to work really hard to push them out. He squares up, and he couldn't believe that the arc was such a big gap for him to go down that he overcooked that a little. And that is a deep 3 from Sam Ramage. This man can't believe he's got an easy run to the basket again, so he finishes strongly. That was Marco Hardy line with the ball now. Kaiser Aguila, open man in the corner. Noho tonu te poro kei ngā ringa o Menzies College. He's trying to work himself into that, and he does so. Backs up the opposition, and Harvey Watkins finding the tūkohu. Tāpiri atu, ko whiwhi tētahi kuru anō, e kao. A little bit casual on that pass by the player there, Roman Widiata. Number 12 sees an opening and takes the opening. That is Ivan Obase. And Sam finding the gap again. He wāwahi I ngā kaitākoro o Geraldine. Here's the screen coming. And the screen is found by number 15. Everyone took their attention off him for a moment and he said, I will take that gap, thank you very much. He couldn't believe that he had been passed the ball with an open basket in front of him, but that brings us to a timeout with 5 minutes and 17 seconds to go. Back into the action here. And Waihopai, Invercargill, finds the corner man, unable to find the bottom of the basket. And they're out for a bit of pace. And they're off running again. Sizes up his options. Screens coming in left and right for him. Feeds it off to the 13 and 12. Good defense there. He's having to shoot that. And that was a lovely little effort there by Sam to just pull up for the mid-range. And I think that's a skill that a lot more players need to master. As we saw there as he came in, they packed underneath the basket full of people, and there was a nice mid-range open to him. And it's hard to stop that. He gets given a little bit of opening by that screen and actually nails that. Kwa whiwhi te toru I aia I tēnā wā, and Sam's going to have a look here. There's that mid-range again. high release to the top of the backboard. Te papa muri. Engari kāre ko whiwhi tēnei wā. But he's making the right shot selections. It's just about execution of those shots. Once he can make that happen. And unfortunately for the team from Menzies College, Ivan Obase doing the mahi ko whiwhi tērā toru. There's that mid-ranger again. And there, finally, the calculations for shot strength and selection come into play. And Sam Ramage pulling that one through. And the game has come down to a slower pace now with this score ballooning out a little bit further than perhaps Menzies College is able to bring back. But the key here, team, is to not give up and to take something in this last 2.5 minutes of the game into your other games, and still working together and finishing strongly. And we're seeing that from Sam, who's not giving up. Once again, rolling off that screen, rolling through that screen that was set for him. Ko te mama waru tēnā e tākoro ana I ngā kai ārai. That man, since he's been on, the young man from Menzies College, number 8, Kaiser Aguela, has been working hard on defense, and he's going to get a break. Bringing in some fresh legs. See number 15, Maddox Dixon, coming in for a little bit of a go. And it's always hard when defense just puts down their guard for 1 second and then pop! Kuru whiwhi toru in the whare. Straight away the man comes on and goes up. A little bit of confusion in the rohe kuru, the keyhole. He's going to look for that number 4 now, because that number 4 is hot. But he steps through and makes that bucket. That's Dylan Sami once again. And he's going to get a bit of a break now. Okay, our Menzies College te wā. And pushes his way through and finds himself the space to let one of those shots fly, and comes up trumps the young man from Menzies College. But 85-46, they can hope to try and finish strongly and not give up any easy buckets. And he's found to have travelled on that occasion. New men on the field, on the court, sorry. And who is that? For Menzies, we have number 4 on the park, Fanuel. And he throws it up and finishes strongly. Aroa mai, that's number 15, Marco Hardy-Line, in the corner there with an open shot, unable to complete it. But number 11 from Menzies, Jacob Stuck. And they're going to roll down to the last few seconds of the game, shake each other's hands and say thank you. No reira e hoa mā. Mihi ana kia koutou I hono mai I tēnei kemu I te ahi nei. This is our second to last game. We'll be commentating for the evening on this court. Nō reira, kua oti wā mātou mahi I tēnei wā, ki ngā kaiwhakahaere me ngā kaiwhakataitai kia haumaru tā koutou hokinga, ki o wā kāinga, a tēnā koutou ngā kaimā takitaki I tā koutou tūhono mai. Noho ora mai I tēnei wā a konei ka ki te anō.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me MāORI Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritizing function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me MāORI Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
E te iwi, nau mai haere mai ki tēnei pāpahotanga whakaata Māori. Ka mihi ki ngā maunga me ngā wai, me ngā ahika o tēnei rohe. Tēnā koutou katoa ki ngā kai whakahaere me ngā kai whakataitai, he mihi mahana hoki. Kia koutou, ka timata ki tātou. I tēnei wā, ko wai e nei, ko Oxford AS Marua Wai College, ngā kura, e pakanga ana i tēnei whakataitai. And as they swing the ball around there, they're looking for openings in the defence. Marua Wai College in the blue and Oxford AS in the white with the orange or red trim, I believe it is. Oxford Area School aroha mai. And we'll go through the team lists very quickly as they come down and attack the basket, and the ball goes out. Malahi Pedersen, 15. Timothy Mannequin, 11. Flynn Birch, 12. Jake Eder, 8. Dominic Mullis, 6. And swinging the ball here from left to right, gets a little bit of a whack in the eye there, or the nose. Has a go at the kurutoru. And they swing it back to the middle of the arc. Oh, that was an interesting through the legs move there, Whānau. Don't see that one too often. And they push it ahead. And did he get the finish? No. The call was ka puta te poro ki waho. No reira ka timata no tātou mai te paitaha. And Gus Johnson, number 7. Miles McLaughlin, number 9, swinging it back out to the top of the arc for the kurutoru. Engari, kua puta te poro ki waho. Maika Magi Tagi ka Kiverata Oosh Rawe tōna ingoa, number 14. Nicholas McKinney, number 10. Nathaniel Silas, number 4. Oscar O'Connors, number 5. And that is from Te Kura or Oxford Area School. But the turnover has happened. Oxford with the ball. And they are pushing hard there at the moment. But what's happened is it's come out on the side of Oxford once again, swinging the ball around the arc. Looking for a screen to come to him. He calls for it, but doesn't give him a chance, and there's 3 men on him at the moment. And kua puta te karanga o te kaiwa wao e hara. Hapa e hara kei ngā tima o Marua Wai College. Talking of Marua Wai College, let's run through the team list for them. We have Jacob Evans on there. Unfortunately, we don't have the numbers for that team. If you are listening right now and you do have the list with the numbers, send them through to us, Ethan Smith NZ on Instagram, and I can ensure that we get those names attached to those players, and then we can give some mana to that team. Otherwise, we're going to be just calling it as their numbers from the Marua Wai College. And penetrating through the middle with a little floater there. Once again, it may be me that is a little blind, but I'm finding it hard to see those numbers on our players there. Oxford Area School. Anywho, we shall still go through the names of those people from the Marua Wai College as he drives in and finishes at the bucket, getting the scoring underway. Jacob Evans, Abdul Muhaimin, Abdul Halim, Will Sanson, James Grant, Dean Mackay, Tom Abernathy, Cooper Peterson, Brody Johnson, DJ Boys, Hunter Wade, Riley Wilson. The only number that we do have here is 27, Brody Johnson. So Brody, well done for getting a number on the score sheet, because every time you're in the game, I can call who you are. The rest, unfortunately, without any numbers on them, I won't be able to tell you who that is. But I know that is a number 13 going for the Kurutoru. And by my measure, Oxford is in the white. 13, I actually do not see on the team list, so maybe I'm not seeing 13. Kate Waitena. And that is a powerful screen set, but he didn't see the man roll off that screen. He didn't get the shot away quick enough, and that was slapped down. MāORI and Kurutoru anō. Kāre anō kua whiwhi. That is 13 there. Engari, we don't have that player's name on our list. And to the bucket again. Trying to step through there and not able to. Into the action here. And as they take it down and through the middle, the defense comes up and doesn't make it an easy run to the basket. Morida, timeout called by one or t'other. And we'll have a look as they gather. Plenty of subs in the team from Maruawai College. Once again, if whānau are listening, if you're able to give us some information on who's who in that Maruawai team, that would be much appreciated, and that way I can talk more succinctly about who it is that's making the plays and what they're doing. Now let's go and have a little Google about where Maruawai, for those that don't know, and maybe you've already done it. Maruawai College. Maruawai. It's a co-educational state school catering for year 7 to 13 students, opening at the start of 2024 academic year. Been established because of a voluntary merger of Gore High School and Langford Intermediate. So that is who Maruawai College is. We are committed to providing an exceptional educational experience at Mārua College that is learner-centered. To achieve this, we are focused on successfully meeting the educational objectives set by the government. Right. Excellent. Great to hear. So it was established on the banks of the Mataura River. Gore High School, 1908. First school and is the largest secondary school in Eastern Southland. The adjoining hostel was built in 1923 and the school opened on its present site in 1954. So a bit of history around Mārua College. And there we have Oxford Area School. And we shall now have a little bit of a look at where Oxford Area School is. But at the moment we have Mārua with the ball, finding the outside man, and it is 4-4 at the moment. He looks up, and did that drop? No, it didn't. It did drop, but not through the Poitukohu, and a give and go there. He went to the basket, but wasn't able to find a clear pathway through, and the ref, Nakaiwa Wal, has called football. So Mārua College with the ball at the moment. And as he brings it down the center of the court, man on the far side there, 41 with the ball, and swinging back to the middle. They're going to have to watch out. They're not going to run out of time. And we did hear there their teammates counting them down. And once again, a bit of an option. Fakes to the left, goes to the right, down the baseline to Paipito, and finds his way to the basket. Screen coming on him, big screen again. Solid screen, number 41 going through, trying to make some room for himself, but unable to complete. Now, Oxford Area School, on the other hand, let's have a little look who we are. Our school has a rich history that reflects its integral role in the community. Originally established to serve a wide rural area, it now caters to a broad range of students from primary through to secondary levels. The school prides itself on offering both academic and practical learning opportunities, including outdoor education and other unique subjects. Its facilities have undergone significant modernisation with new purpose-built classrooms that incorporate the latest in teaching technology. Excellent and great to hear. Ka pai. And Mārua bringing up the ball again. And wrapping around the top is 43, and he finds his way to the basket. But Kare te poro I rata ki te tapa I tērā taha anō hoki. And some more pressure being put on the players there. So what have we got? And it's down and back and down and back. A to and fro encounter. 9-4. Looking again, Oxford Area School was founded in 1961 when the primary and secondary schools were merged to form an area school. This merger created a single institution providing education from year 1 all the way through to year 13. Kia ora. Tēnā koe AI overview on Google. But back to the game. Number 40. 45 from Ma'ORI, making the best of that opportunity at the free throw line to pai Kuru Tautuku. Now number 11 there stepping through. A little bit of a Euro going on there, and that was Timothy Manakan. And it rolls and rolls, and it doesn't want to go home, that ball. And so that defensive pressure ka āraitia a te kura o Ma'ORI ki ngā tama o Oxford Area School. And once again, he steps through. And some defensive pressure from Ma'ORI College, forcing Oxford Area School. And for once again, Oxford Area School is close-ish, probably about 40 or 30 kilometres from Tautahi, Christchurch. And so the players from Ma'ORI bringing up the ball at this time. And not able to pull that one off. Finding the man on the boundary there, shifting it well, finding an open man. But unfortunately, the two teams not able to find the bottom of the basket. Now a quick Google search again tells us that Oxford area could be known also as Tāwera. So, for those that didn't know, now you know. And you can do a little bit more research on that one. But bringing us into 36 seconds left in the first quarter. We have Oxford Area School with the second free throw opportunity, and he has capitalized on that opportunity. Number 12, Flynn Birch, and showing a little bit of interest there on the defensive end. He just waltzes his way straight into the rohe kuru, and the ref Takaiwawao deeming that he was going for the shot, and so he goes to the line. Te pai Kuru Tautuku, free throw line. And bringing it up the court is Oxford Area School with some nice behind the back ball handling. He's going to try and back the big man in. And our Kaiwa Wal has said he came to the spot and he's pushed against the man from Māruawai. And beautiful basket there. And that takes us to the end of the first quarter. Join us again after these messages.
Girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
And back into the action here for the second quarter. As they swing it around the top of the arc. Atu ki tērā tama. And ka kite ia I tētahi kohao, engari kāre ia I Waimari I tērā wā. And we hear it nice and clear there. Wheel being yelled out by the kaiako, or the coach. No te kura o Māruawai. Bounce pass. Maka pātini tūpana. Maka tūpana tērā. 3 balls open. And kuruwhiwhi toru kei aia. And ka pā atu te tama no Oxford Area School. No tāwera e rā tama. And realigning, 2 men on him. And he pulls up, not able to drop it that time. Kari Takateporo, he's got an open lane, and the man stands up tall. No foul drawn. He didn't put his hands up. just stood there, took the drive, and the man was still able to finish it. And that's what that man said he'll do. And did it drop? Not too sure. If he goes to the line, that will tell us whether it dropped or not. And here we are. We have been sent an updated team list. So Mihia Makia Rato. We have at the moment number 41 with the ball, who is Cooper Peterson. And number 4 bringing the ball down, Mai Titima, Nathaniel Silas. And they're hyped. They're hyped that they got the opportunity to turn the ball over. So, back into the game we go. And some nice crossover work being done there. Flicks it over the top. And pullback, J, high release, high arc off the backboard, and nothing but net. Well, actually, no, there wasn't nothing but net. It was actually the backboard first. I just wanted to say that, nothing but net, but actually what we needed to say was nothing but the backboard, then the net. So once again, having a look at our team lists, we have those numbers now for us, so that's awesome to see. With the ball, we have 41 again, Cooper Peterson. Ooh, nice little spin move there to be able to evade that defense. And Aroha mai whānau, I'm not sure what's happened to our game audio, but kei te pai, I'm sure it'll come back when it comes back, because at the moment we've just lost it. So you'll have to be happy with my dulcet tones, and there it is. Just when I say that, happy with my dulcet tones, it pops back in. So thank you very much to the technicians bringing us this coverage at the moment. Mi haro te kite, and we're so happy that you have done that for us, because without it, we would be watching nothing. So appreciate it, a mahi that's being put in there. And again, the pass to the middle, a little bit high on the release for the pass, but that's all right. Marua Wai bringing it up again, high release onto the backboard, slapped away. Patu atu a te tamara, te nama whā tērā e kawe atu I te poro, ko Nathaniel Silas tērā. Te nama waru I kona, e whai wāhi, Jake Ida. Number 4, number rima. Ida again tries to go through with the ball up top, and the ref said he had hands all over him. So, nama rima mai te kura Oscar O'Connors working his way back to the basket. And coming onto the court now, we have 36, James Grant, mai te kura o Mārua Wai. And mai te pai kuru tautuku, we have tōna whainga tuatahi. Tuarua mai. And he's able to adjust and make his second free throw. Oh, almost being able to pull that in. Number 41 there with a beautiful little get around, and that is Abdul Halim. And pressure being put on that man, 41, Cooper Peterson, but he finishes well. Was that 48? Riley Wilson, perhaps. And there's open men on the perimeter. He's going to look for an inside man. No, too many people around him. Shot clock still at 8. That's a deep three to be able to try and convert that. 48 with the ball at the moment, Riley Wilson. To Cooper Peterson. And that is a block by number 10, I do believe it is, who is Nicholas McKinney. And they're going to make a lineup here. I always love watching these little moves and what they're going to try and pull out of the bag. There we go, making room. And he's found himself open. Is he going to pop? No. He's going to stop. He's going to think. And realign. 41 out to the side there. And he's going to try and play some defense. That is Cooper Peterson. And 29, Will Sanson, putting some effort in on the defensive end. Mai te tapa, ka taka te poro ki āwai, ki te nama kia Abdul, engari ka whakamutua tērā tama no mārua wai. Te nama whātekau mā waru, Riley Wilson tērā atu kuru. And beautiful find there. And amazing little finish by Abdul Halim. And does it drop? Yes, it does indeed. Inbound, there's a bit of full court pressure being put on, but that man goes straight down. And what's the ref called? He said there was a foul put on him, is that right? He goes to the score bench, calls for the subs to come in, and now we have number 7, Gus Johnson, coming into the game. And number 49, Dean Mackay. He's looking for openings. He's right there. Mid-range is open. Nobody's on Mackay. So then Mackay says, if you're not going to give me the respect of some defense, I am going to shoot this ball. And he does that. So hopefully on the next instance when he gets open like that, there's going to be someone on him to not give that option. Beautiful rebound by Abdul. Beautiful give and go there. And unfortunately, not able to rein it in. Ooh, no charge called there. No. Kuru whiwhitoru a tērā tama mai te kokona. Whātekau mā waru tēnā e kawe ana i te poro. Ka maka atu ki te whetu. Engari ka āraitia. Ia Gus Johnston i Johnstone i tērā wā. And I do believe that brings us to the end of the second quarter te hau whā tuarua. Nō reira i tēnei wā, paku whakatā. Tikina he kaputi, a koe nei ka kite anō tātou. No, looks like that was only a timeout that we had there, whānau. So we're back into the second quarter with 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Ki te mutunga o tēnei hauwhā. Te nama whitu kei te rārangi rā, Gus Johnson. Kei a te mārua wai te poro I tēnei wā, e kawea mai. Te nama whātikau mā iwa. He pushes his way in to the basket. And what does the Kaiwawa say? He said that it was a charge and he was pushing his way in. So the ball, ka hoatu ki ngā tāne o Oxford on the dribble, pulls up, and he's upset with himself. Unfortunately, he did a lot of hard work there, and that's a perfect opportunity for a little mid-range floater. He beat his man, came through to the bucket, had some tall timber in his path, and a nice little floater just like that was what was needed. So hopefully he might be able to do it this time, Gus. At 26:33, it's still an opportunity. 43, Abdul just in and out, rolls around the tapa, and then kua puta ki waho. Nama Whātera, oh, very well done, lost it, regained it, popped it into the foot of that man from Mārua wai. Te nama rua te kau mā whitu tēnā. Brody Johnston. And ka karanga atu a tērā nama te kau. Nicholas McKinney. Over to number 4 again for the shot and then try to gather the rebound. Nathaniel Silas. And that is Mackay again, trying to repeat the last shot that he did. And this man's got some wheels going down the middle of the court, but unable to retain control of the portal. And that Abdul again looking for the basket, unable to finish. Micah Tagi ka Kiverata. And once again, whānau, aroha ki te whānau rā. If I'm saying it incorrectly, please do send us a voice message on Instagram, Ethan Smith NZ, and I will attempt to give it my best to get that right, because I know how important it is to get the whānau name right, and the first name indeed as well. That is a 3 from the corner. There's a man hunting there for the ball, and 29 almost pulls it in. Showed some real tenacity there. Te nama rua tekau mā iwa, Will Senson. And they pulled that ball back and they'll slow it down, have a little look. No, he sees an opening. He goes for it, but the defensive pressure from Mika not allowing the easy run to the basket. And Kuru Toru, e try ana, e whai ana. And that will take us to the end of the second period, whānau mā. So, Oxford on 26, Mārua Wai on 33, a kua nei ka kite i te toinga o tēnei pakanga I muri I tēnei whakāturanga. Kia ora tātou.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me MāORI Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritizing function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
And we're back in the action here e te whānau. Mai te paitaha. And an attempt made there by the boys from Oxford. Switching ends now. Number 27. Handing off to 41, who is and on the inside there, nearly able to make that shot, but too much pressure on him from the defensive end. And as the boys from Ma'orI bring it down, attacking the basket. Interesting angle that he had to try and turn his body to. Wasn't able to make the shot, but his good friend there was at the bottom of in the pocket and able to bring it in. That was Brady Johnson with the initial shot. And that's him again. Oh, found the contact. And then finished with the layup as well. So he'll be happy about that, getting the opportunity for another go at adding an extra point. And that is Riley Wilson at the Pai Kuru Tautuku. The Kaiwawao talking about a sub coming in, but the Kayak was just having a word to this player on the side there as they prepare. Ma'orI up 38 to Oxford's 26. Rua te kaumā ono ki te toru te kaumā waru. And some quick hands by that number 48 again, Riley Wilson, to stop the pass, finding its target. Long overhead pass to the middle. And he finds his way through the pack. And if he could find that, no, that's Micah with the rebound. And he's going to fight for that ball again. And he's able to come up with it again. Finds the man. Kuru Whiwhi Toru from the outside arc. And Oxford are going to be happy with that result. And he's working hard on defense. But the ball handling skills of number 27 from Ma'orI, Brody Johnston, informs them and lets them know that, no, you won't be able to defend me with that speed in your feet. You've got to be faster than that. So into the game comes number 13. And with the inbound now is Brody Johnston looking for the offload, which he pulls in, and another handoff. 41's looking for the space, finds the space, gets the shot off, and Micah there not able to pull in that rebound, that tūrapa. They assemble their lineup again, and straight to 47 at the back. And the countdown's coming, 3, 2, 1. What does the ref say there? Unsure. He's got a sub coming in. And is he going to the line? And into the game is Te Nama Whā, mai te kura o Oxford. Ko Te Nama Whā ko Nathaniel Silas. And 27 Brady Johnston with that kuru tautuku. Nō reira ka whakarite anō, extending that lead out with another bucket with 7 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock to go. They wheel it around. That's a beautiful give and go. Finds Mika on the side there. And swinging it around the arc. Some beautiful defense being played. They're probably going to need to put up a shot very shortly. And they weren't able to get that shot off in time. Nō reira, kei a mārua wai te poro I nainei. E miharo e rā maka, kei wainga nui I ngā tima o mārua wai. Anā ka hoatu te poro ki tōna hoa tākaro. And tere tōna haere ki te tūkohu. Engari, kāre I taka te poro, engari tūrapa ana te tāngata o mārua wai I te poro. Tere te oma anō a te whātikau mātahi ko Waitera tama. Ko Cooper Peterson tērā. And a little give and go action. And they tried it once more, but once too many times. 2 men on him. That is Riley Wilson. And he's able to come up with the bucket that time. And Oxford coach Kai Ako deciding, hey, we need to have a little rethink on our plan, because what we're doing at the moment isn't working, as they push that lead out Mārua way a little bit further. And unfortunately that pass going to the Mārua Wai hand. And the coach, I suppose, after having a kōrero to the team, is going to be not too happy, but it's all part of the learning process for these young players here. Every opportunity that they have to learn and grow as players, but not only players, but as young members of our community here in Aotearoa, puts them in better stead for being able to help each other. And there we have Mārua Wai straight to the basket. Bringing it down now, Te Nama Whā no te kura o Oxford, and just saw a little bit of energy shown there to try and get that ball, and good sportsmanship shown there by number 46 no te kura o Mārua Wai, ko Waitera, ko Tom Abernethy. They were both going for the ball, and they were both showing good energy. And unfortunately, a foul. He hapa ana. The young man there from Oxford on the inside, Te Rohe Kuru, unable to get the shot away as it was slapped from his hands. And as they swing the ball from left to right to the middle, and shot goes off. Unfortunately, I'm able to rein it in. Swinging it back to the top of the arc. And a beautiful little Euro step there. For those that don't understand what a Euro step is, it's where you step to the one side, then step through to the other to be able to make it past your defensive opponent. And he's trying to battle his way in there, that number 12. There's a lot of contact happening on the ball. There's a lot of contact considering it's a non-contact sport, this. And as we see our Papui substitutions coming into the game, we take a moment to say thank you to our sponsors who enable us to be here, to enable us to bring these games to your viewership, to our viewership. And those are Bailey's, New Zealand Carbon Farming, Caltex, Apollo Projects, and last but not least, Whakaata Māori. Without them, we wouldn't be able to bring you this entertaining game that we have on offer this evening. So mihi ana ki a rātou. And if you have the opportunity to support them, do so that they can continue to support these sporting activities that we enjoy watching as a whānau. And 49 with the ball at the moment, and they both look at each other a little bit bemused, but that's all right. It happens at time, boys. Don't fret about it too much. Dean Mackay with that pass. And the boys go up from Oxford, unable to finish, but there's a man on his tail. Finds himself in the corner. There's another man coming straight through. Can he finish? Yes, he can. Dean Mackay. And possibly one of my whanaunga from the north, the Mackays coming in Waipu back in the 1840s. Finding themselves perhaps down to the South Island from the Mackay clan in Scotland. Who knows, could be a cousin. And Mackay again with the ball. What's he going to do? He's going to look to make room for himself. Unable to finish, but his friend comes back with the rebound, the tūrapa, and increases that lead to Rima te kauma toru ki te toru te kauma tai. Number 13 there, off the backboard and in. Whether he was planning on getting it off the backboard, who knows, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because buckets are buckets are buckets. Now you might ask yourself, why do they roll the ball like that along the ground? Because the clock shouldn't actually start until the player touches the ball and grabs it in their hands. And if it's a tight tussle for time, then that's often the case employed. Mackay off the back, Papamuri, the backboard for the Kuru Whiwhi Toru. And he's doing a good job to avoid the defender getting into the correct place. And that Kuru Toru attempt, big pressure being put on these players on the defensive end by Mārua, which is good to see, because even though you've got a lead, you don't want to take off the pressure and allow their team an opportunity to come back. And he stops and pops, but the ball doesn't drop. But it does this time as he gets his own tūrapa rebound. And it was a beautiful bit of work there. Fixed up the mistake of his first miss. And they've gone into some zone defense. The 2-3. And the problem with 2-3 is you got to keep moving. That man sunk a three-pointer just before. But also it gives an opportunity to fill that rohe kuru, the keyhole, with plenty of members. That's a big screen off that. And are they going to swing? Yes. 13 seconds on the clock, unable to control the ball. That's a good defensive move there to hold him out and not allow him to get into the keyhole. That rohe kuru, by keeping shoulder to shoulder on the defensive end and getting in front of him when it comes to him approaching the basket. Just what was needed by the Oxford area school player. And bringing it up now, once we see again their ball rolling along the ground. Sometimes it's just to give those people a bit of a rest. 42 feeding in. That is DJ Boys feeding the ball into his player for the cut through. And with 24 seconds on the clock, they're going to want to start pulling some shots. The team from Oxford area school. Mai te pai kuru tautuku anō, te tama no Mārua. Bringing the ball up now, Oxford area school. Number 4 there, having a go at the basket, who is Nathaniel Silas, but unable to stop the speed of number 29 there from Mārua, who is Will Sanson. Finds himself open on the side, that man we just spoke of, and luckily his teammate was there for the rebound, the tūrapa. And that bring us ki te mutunga o tēnei hauwhā tuatoru no reira. A koe nei ka kite kōwai I toa I tēnei kemu. Mautonu mai. And as we look down upon the two teams and their coaches, trying to impart a little bit of inspirational knowledge upon their teams at this time. Nā te mea, kei muri a Oxford ia mārua wai I tēnei wā I ngā kaute rua te kaumārua nō reira. Ko te whainga a Oxford kia puta te ihu, engari he mahi ua kei muia I a tātou ki te whakamahi I te rā wawata. Kei a mārua wai te pōro I tēnei wā, mai te paitaha. A little handoff there. Ka hoa tu te pōro ki tōna hoa. And we have a new young player on the court at the moment, unable to see his number, but he's cutting in, looking for the rebound. Unable to pull it in this time. That is Timothy Manican. He's back in the game. And there's an open man making the bucket for Mārua wai I te rāwā. And Manican with a nice little low bounce pass. He's looking a little bit fast out there compared to what we have seen. Off the foot. Manican with the ball now, sizing up his options. He's going to pop with a mid-range. Beautiful rebound, tūrapa there by the man from Oxford, aka Tāwera. In ka whakaritea anō rātou, kei a wai te pōro I tēnei wā, kei ngā ringa a mārua wai, and kua oti o nā wawata ki te whakahoki te pōro I tōna kāinga. Timothy Manican again with the ball handoff, and that shot not going where he wanted it to go, but 43 having a look, sizing up his options. 27 with the handoff. Going onto the inside and not finishing there, but having a good look at it. That was Jacob Evans. And the ball goes to the ground and they work their way to the inside. No backdoor cutters at the moment. I think if those were going on, they'd have a few more options, the Oxford area school team. And hea te ki a te kaiwawao. Kua tai mai, tēnei pigi whara, no te tīma o Oxford Area School, Malahi Pedersen into the game, me o nā kahurangi. And kāre I taka tērā pōro I tēnei wā, mai te pai kuru tautuku. Engari I tēnei wā, kua oti ka whakamahia tērā kuru. A little screen being put in place to allow the ball carrier, te tangata mau pōro, to advance up the court. There's Mackay with the ball, distributing it at left to right and right to left. Here he is with the ball now. He's spotted a gap. High release onto the glass, but unable to complete that one this time. Tērā tama, is he able to finish this time? Yes, he is. Timothy Manican with a deft touch to be able to add 2 more to the points table for his school, aka Tāwera, Oxford Area School. And some fast hand movement there on the defensive end. 7 seconds to go, 6, 5, and he was put under a bit of pressure. But I do believe that was the other court throwing that pressure with the buzzer. Swings again to Manican. Popping up for a mid-range jumper. And there's options open. 27, that is Brody Johnston, to the corner, te kokona, ka mau te poro a Mannequin again, na marima tēnā, ko Oscar O'Connor, and he steps through and not able to complete. And a nice finger roll there. Mai te tama o Mārua wai. Mannequin making his way to the bucket. Te pākete engari. Nā runga I te kaha o ngā kai ārai. Kāre I tai ki reira. Mannequin with his first. Tōna kuru tuatahi tēnā. Ka āta whai, ka āta whakaro. Hea te mea I whakatika ai I tōna hapa I te mea tuatahi. Ka whakatika aina? Ai! Nō reira, kei a Mārua wai te poro I nai nei. And we're not seeing any defensive pressure being placed and giving them an easy option of getting up the court, and that's probably because they've done that in the past and haven't had the chance to set up their defensive lines. And a little bit of an easy run into the basket there. Hopefully they've adjusted and learned from that last occasion and won't allow that to happen once again. As you just await the call from our Kaiwawao. Mannequin with the ball, screen coming. Open man, that is number 5, Oscar O'Connor, looking for an option. Man finds himself in the middle there. That's Mika. Tagi ka kiverata, tagi ke kivarata. Rawe te raingoa no e tama. Mika. And screen set on Mannequin, and once again just making it look a little bit too easy, our man there from Mārua wai. Nama rua whātikau mā ono Abernathy, and bringing down the rebound with not too much competition, and they're going to look to slow down the ball game with 4 minutes to go. He steps straight through their defensive line. So the defensive players are needing to get those feet moving a little bit quicker to be able to get in front of that player on offense and shut down their options. And pulling up ki te pai kuru tautaku ko te nama whā te kaumā waru tēdā ko Riley Wilson. And kua whiwhi I tōna kuru tuatahi. Ka mahi anō, ai. Pai tōna whakangungu, prakatihi I ērā kuru. Nō reira, ka haere ia ki te pai. Noho. Whakawāte ana mō tētahi wā poto. Wātu tērā tūranga ki kai tākaro ke. And as the ball gets swung, goes to the big man, number 15 in the middle. He's going to look for some rebounding options. And it was jump ball there, the referee Kaiwawao has called. And so whose ball is it? It goes to Mārua wai at this stage. And Mārua wai, once again, bringing the ball up. And a look at the 3 ball there by James Grant. but not able to execute that one this time. 4 minutes on the clock. And Oxford, Tawera with the ball at the moment. Moving it around. Big man, number 15, bringing it down, having an option with a little hook shot opportunity. Unable to finish. But defensive set up once again to try and repel this attack from Ma'orI. And he sees the big defensive line in front of him, comes up for a little bit of a mid-range floater. He pops, he has a look, does that man find a little way through? Indeed he does. A little chink in the defensive line from Ma'orI. And the man there, number 6, Dominic Mullis, finds his way to the Tukohu. And stepping up to make it a 3-point play. Not this time. They're going to put some defensive pressure on. That's Rua Tiko, that's Tiko Marua, Te Tamara. Flynn Birch working hard out there. Screen being set up nice and early. Sometimes those early screens that are preset don't work as well. And Mama Whātiko Mārua unable to rein that one in this time from Ma'orI, that is DJ Boys. A little mid-range jumper from the man from Oxford. He says, I shall take that. And I think it's an underutilized shot in our New Zealand basketballing system. I often see them just driving straight to the basket, trying for the layup, or going for the three-pointer. But that mid-range jumper, look at that, there it was there. He was open for that, but it's a hard shot to execute. But if you can do it, young players, get practicing. If he popped up with a mid-range jumper there, but higher percentage play, he went for the layup, as he's been consistently able to do. And he rolled straight into that defensive player from Ma'orI. The big man, 15, trying to get a shot at it, Malahi Pedersen. But the visionary pass is brought in by 29 and has another look at it after that last effort, and in a kuruwhiwhi toru attempt, unsuccessful on this occasion. But there he is, number 12, keeping on doing the mahi. That's Flynn Birch. And as whānau members, that's what you want to see, the never give up attitude, the push to the bitter end to try and show some resilience and tenacity until the final whistle. And as we can build that into our young people, that mindset of never giving up, then we as a society are going to be better off, in my opinion. And with speed, they come down the court again, Ma'orI. And the rebound coming to the hand of number 13. And that ball has been stuck. We haven't seen that once for the last 2 days here on our streams that I've been commentating on. So, congratulations to you, young fellow. You got the first. And with a matter of 40 seconds on the clock, Ma'orI aren't going to stop, so they spit the ball out to 37 there, pulling the rebound, 42. That's 3 shots at the basket without anyone being able to pull it in from Oxford, and they're going to get a 4th shot at it. And Malahi Pedersen pulling that one in. Birch pushing it forward. And he's going to have an attempt at it with 7 seconds to go. He mihi nui ana kia koutou. I hono mai ki tēnei pāhotanga. Ki ngā kai mā takitaki. Ki ngā kai tautoko o ēnei kai tākoro. Nei rā te mihi kia koutou katoa kua oti wā mātou mahi i tēnei rā. Nō reira e hoa mā noho ora mai.
Ariki ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritizing function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Girls are twice as likely to drop out of sport. That's why 2 Degrees is committed to fighting for fair for women and girls in sport at every level. Get your Support Her merch and keep her in the game.
whakaata Māori me MāORI Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.